Good day and good evening, and welcome back to Walk and Talk with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. So, for the ones new to this kind of stream, it's basically a Q&A stream. If you want to talk about something, this is the perfect place to be, because, well, when we're doing other streams, I'm often distracted with other stuff, or maybe I'll be answering your question, and then I get distracted by a boss mechanic or something. But on this stream, we're just walking and talking. So there's probably time to cover your question. Or if you just want to talk about something. And it doesn't have to be limited to Final Fantasy XIV. Just like how when we're playing other games, that doesn't mean you can't ask or talk about Final Fantasy XIV. But that's basically it. I have a plan of somewhere we're going. And then we reach that. And then we might check out some clips that you all have sent. I've just got to be like, cards on the table here is that I've sort of come to the conclusion that I feel like a lot of the time with the clips, and that's not a slight on anyone's clips, that's more so just my revelation of like how we do this, that me being down here in the corner to react to it doesn't add that much. Whereas being able to talk about all sorts of stuff might be more interesting sometimes. So as a result, I don't know if we're gonna continue making sure that clip review is a core part of Walk and Talk. Now I've said it, but that doesn't mean you can't share your clips on the Discord server. If we stop doing them on Walk and Talk, maybe we'll change how we deal with the clip review room. But aside from that, we are on Ravana Materia if you want to come along for the walk. All you have to do is, if you haven't done it before and you're not from the OCE data center, is you log all the way out to the main menu and then you go check, like just switch your data center to Materia, see that you don't have a character there, log all the way out again, and then switch back to your home data center, and then you right-click your name and choose visit another data center, and then you choose Materia, and we are on Ravana specifically. And the reason why you have to do that is because if you don't do that, the game will be like, well, we don't know if you have characters over there. You need to check, because it, for some reason, is installed locally or something like that. So you just have to do that, and if you did it wrong, it'll tell you that that you did it wrong, and you have to do it again. But we walk. Apparently the police is here. Out in the distance. And with that said, hey Aradil, hey Couch, hey Zaf, hey Ross, hey Tierney, hey Yazzle, hey Switch, hey Agent Monica, hey Mizunashi, hey Saros, hey Procrastinaut, hey Ilya, hey Ilana, hey Mihuels, hey Sally, hey Kupamana, hey... Yo, that's everyone. Hope you all doing very well. Hey Volter. Oh wait, that's not everyone. Hey Rust. Hope you're all doing very well. And those that can't come along for the walk this time around, I still hope you have a good time. It's just for the opportunity to walk together. Sally says, and while my immediate thought was a dedicated clip review stream, TM, I'm not so sure that's a good idea either. See, the funny thing is that the whole concept of clip review came in, I believe, as like a part of Tea Time, and part of the logic was that there was a very real possibility that there either wasn't actually enough clips to fill a whole stream with initially, and also on the off chance that there wouldn't be enough clips, it made more sense to like prepare in advance to do something else. So put it inside a stream where we're doing something else for certain. And then it's just, so initially the clips that were sent typically were a lot more like a pretty regular problem was that problem, quote unquote, was that people would come in saying like, I don't understand what I'm doing wrong, and I would say, well, it would be easier if we could see like footage of you playing or something like that. And that's of course where clip review comes in. But then, you know, as time has passed, there's been less and less of those and more of the I just wanted to show you something clip. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just more that, like, the original idea was that we could review, like, help with learning things, and that just became less and less necessary, I guess. Or people found other ways to learn, or people just don't care about learning in this way anymore, and that's perfectly fine. But I also recognize that when the clip is like someone showing how they defeated a specific boss for the first time, while I could point out you did that and that and that wrong, or you could do these things better, most of the time that was not the point. So it kind of like loses focus a bit, or because the clip is, you know, a whole battle, it becomes really, it takes up a lot of time to do that. And there's, again, nothing wrong with that, but when there's like, let's say there's 10 or 15 or 20 people that each have a clip, and then there's like 50 people, and among those, not a lot of them might actually care about this specific person's advice. That's, again, nothing wrong with taking some time with an individual, but it might be more valuable to have a discussion about something that is more widely applicable. Which means that some of the most effective clips, I feel, like for both for entertainment and for learning, has been when there has been a clip where a lot of people have been able to like contribute. Like be able to be like, oh, that's what we're doing? Well, I have some tips. I can see that this is going wrong. But again, most of the clips are just stuff happened. So that's not what we're doing. We're just checking it out. So that's kind of the reason. Gazel says Kai no longer shows us what tea Kai has gotten. Wait, what do you mean? Like what tea I have? That I'm drinking? Azalea. And Castor PD. Hope you're doing well. And Crusher, hope you're doing well as well. I lost my streak again due to work yesterday. Oh, man. I think I heard something about if you click on a VOD within some amount of hours, you can still, like, by watching a few minutes of it, you can preserve your streak. But, maybe it's for the best, so you don't feel forced to watch something just to preserve your streak. There's also I imagine that you might not have been the only one that lost their streak yesterday. Yesterday we were playing Grime 2, which is a rather obscure game, but it's very fun. It's the sequel to one of my favorite games. So, big recommend. If you missed it because maybe the YouTube algorithm didn't show it to you, or maybe you just didn't notice, do recommend checking it out. Maybe you would like it. As it says, yeah, you know how back when it was called Tea Time, you mentioned about what you were having? Oh, well, we can still do that. Today, actually, I had Earl Grey. And it's not, I'm not even joking. I'll say, Shaman, hope you're doing well. Hey, Philippe, hope you're doing well. Thank you, Erdl. Yeah, I have a whole bunch of tea. It's just, I am... Not last Christmas, but the one before that. I got this, like, a tea bag holder that can hold, like, a pretty large amount. So I just fill that one with tea instead of having, like a paper or, like, cardboard box. But because because it takes a little bit of time to like open all of the boxes to fill it, I usually like just fill it completely and then empty it completely. And that does mean that I had this one and one more bag of Earl Grey left before I have to refill it. And I have a lot of tea. After Wednesday streams were on top of my blind Criterion group, though we cleared it yesterday. On the other hand, then there's going to be Morrison Academy raids at the same time. Yeah, unfortunately, that's just how it is. If your personal schedule is such that it clashes with my stream schedule, there's not that much we can do, right? There just isn't that much we can do. I could change the time that I stream, but part of the motivation for streaming at the time that I do is that it's early enough that a lot of people in Europe can catch it while not at work, so that they can participate if they want to, while also not being so late that people are like, well, I have raid, I have other things to do. A super spam can? Well, the good news is that it's tea that is drinkable. It's probably for the best. I don't think I'm exactly known for spreading rumors. Crusher says, do you prefer tea over coffee? I don't think I've ever heard you mention coffee. I drank coffee. I had coffee this morning. It's just that I've basically discovered that if I have coffee at any other time of the day than the morning, then I can't sleep. A coffee drinker? Get him! Now go! Damien says, even though you haven't cleared this current raid tier, do you have a favorite fight and why? And what fight do you think is the most difficult? I think Tyrant is the most difficult in this tier. I do think that Extremes is the most fun of what we have seen. I'll say Taliban. Gato says, thankfully the Wednesday streams are a standalone series, so easy to catch them later. That's true. It's not like, it's typically something more single player, so you not being available at the time, you can just watch it later, right? But it is also games that, like, then as a result of being more, like, not what I normally do, means that it's more likely if you're like, if you mostly catch this from YouTube, that the algorithm might be like, well, you don't normally watch this, and then you just never get told. Which is why I'm like, yesterday we played an obscure game that you might have missed. If you think that might matter to you, then check it out. I'll say Perile and Lollipop. Procrastinator says all your streams start when I'm still at work, which is why I've been mostly a VOD enjoyer, but have been working from home lately, so I'm able to watch. That's nice. Yeah, that's also something a lot of people from the US often watch from work. Ronald says, I hate extremes for how often tanks kill me in arena split. What? How do they kill you? What part of it? This is out of curiosity, do you like other Metroidvanias, or is it just Grime? That's a good question. I guess part of it comes down to what qualifies and what doesn't. Have you played the Metroidvania Castlevanias? I can say I have not played Metroid and I have not played Castlevania. And I have not played Ori and the Blind Forest. Either forget to stack with me or block safe spots for me during the alley-oops from Deep Blue. Oh. Is it oofs in Party Finder, Brial? Have a good day, Rust. Generally, I think the problem for me is that I like my Metroidvania with a good heaping helping of level up system. So and maybe that's part of the reason why I fell a bit off on Silksong as well. That I wasn't really leveling up in it. So spam cancels. I can't wait for the second so I can proc custom deliveries for the Eat Taco emote. Ultimate? Cosmic Exploration? No thank you. Big fat tacos, yes. I think I've heard that oh, is it confirmed that the taco emote is from custom deliveries? I guess so. That would make it easy. The Castlevania ones have level systems? Yeah, it's true. I'm Ravenous says Monster Sanctuary is about as close as I get to Metroidvania. Can recommend. I have completed that game, yes. Pretty nice. I'm actually also in the Discord for the company behind that game. They put out a roguelike game since, was it that was called? Charles says it's Party Finder funsies, yes, but my static refuses to do the early fights as they don't need them anymore. Are they relying on you to taxi them, or what's happening? Like, on our side of things, in our static, we're like, we don't actually, not even for, like, secondary jobs or tertiary jobs, like, no one needs anything from Vamp Fatale anymore. But for the most part, no one can be bothered to, like, clear Vamp Fatale on their own, you know, with Party Finder and such. So we have to clear it every week anyway. Hey, Position! Hope you're doing well. Says, when will Black Mage start to get fun? I'm level 32. That depends on a lot of things, what you think is fun and so on. I can say that the shenanigans and tricks you can do at the earliest start at level 35. Before that, there isn't really much you can do. And if you think that sounds like fun, then level 35. And a lot of people say that level 60 is where it starts to get fun. You might also argue that level 60 is where it starts to get really boring. Because from level 42 to 59, your fire phase is like Press fire 1, there might be a proc, which you then use. Press fire 1, there might be a proc, and you just repeat that, and there's actually like a little bit of like optimization to that. And when you hit level 60, you get fire 4, which is so much better than fire 1 that you don't use fire 1 anymore, ever, actually. Which means that there's no longer procs or anything. You go into fire with fire 3. There are tricks you can do. I have videos on that. And then you just spam fire 4 until you can't anymore. For single target. Start with Ninja, but I'm trying Black Mage because I heard that Black Mage is a high APM class. It's not. Black Mage does not use OGCD very much. It just casts a lot. It has ley lines to make its GCD faster, but let's just say that Black Mage is pretty middling, if not low, on the casts, on the actions per minute thing. Ninja is way higher. So if you switch to Black Mage to get something faster than Ninja, then you got scammed. You straight up got scammed. Caster PD says the last time I looked into it, Fire 1 was still springed into refresh Astral Fire. Is that no longer the case? The last time you looked into this is over a year ago then. In 7.2, they removed the timer from Astral Fire and Umbral Ice. So you just switch to Astral Fire and then you're just in Astral Fire until you choose to not be in it anymore. What caster has the highest APM anyway? I would guess that it's between Summoner and Red Mage. And it would not surprise me if it is Summoner. Because those Titan phases and them Festus and Energy Drains add up quite a lot. If you want to learn more Caster PD, I both have an up-to-date 7.2 Black Mage guide. And I also have a video called something like, is Black Mage actually hard? Where I go over, like I'm talking about, Black Mage has weird tricks from level 35 onwards. That video, is Black Mage actually hard, goes over like a lot of those kinds of shenanigans, like tricks you can use from level 35 to 100. Zav says, according to Reddit a year ago, Ninja had the highest APM, Black Mage was third lowest, Red Mage is much higher than Summoner. Oh, well, there you go. Thank you, Ardell. Ron says, we lack proper proc-based playstyles. The bad news there, Parial, is if you check the history of Final Fantasy XIV, they basically never really had a lot of them. And as the game has aged, job design has basically gone, nah, we don't really like it. So the jobs that actually had like some form of proc reliance has gotten more and more like reliable with it, or gotten buttons that guarantee it, or they've straight up removed the problem altogether. Machinist was pretty proc based until Shadowbringers. Yeah, in Stormblood, Machinist's 1-2-3 combo was basically a 50% chance to move on to the next step. A little bit like Dancer. So Dancer kind of stole that. But even then, Dancer's damage is not that dependent on RNG. Tanma says, I always thought Dancer was super proc based. Yeah. See, the thing is, a really interesting detail there is that if your only MMO was Final Fantasy XIV, you'll be like, wow, Dancer really relies on other procs. Well, Red Mage is really random, isn't it? And if you've played any other MMO with some sort of random rotation in any capacity, you'll realize that Final Fantasy XIV's concept of random rotations is like I don't know, like a bottle cap's worth of concentration into a lake. Like there's almost nothing, and the unfortunate truth is, design-wise, Final Fantasy XIV has stuck to their guns on this hard enough that I can assure you that if you wanted proc-based gameplay, you're playing the wrong game. Plain and simple. I'm not saying, so play a different game. I'm just saying, change expectations. This is not the place. If you want really, really predictable rotations, this is the place. If you want procs, I don't know, play WoW or something. And I'm not trying to be mean about it. It's just, that's how the game is. Posy Xiong says, I usually play a job or class that has a lot of animation cancelling or the combos as fast as you can think as your finger can press. MMOs don't really have those very much. So there we move the bar further and say wrong genre. There is animation cancelling, like that is sometimes a thing. Not really in 14. But it is a thing in some games. Possibly even some MMOs. But your combos as fast as your buttons can press usually doesn't go down well in an MMO. I guess the closer you get to it, that is knockback cancel. Yeah, but I feel like that's like a different concept. Metricon says there are some times in WoW where you can get so much haste for a short period that you do need to mash your GCDs. Oh yeah. Fellowship, which is, you know, they did define themselves as an MODA, you know, not to be confused with an MOBA, like League. Dungeon content. And in that game, you can, in fact, get so much haste on some characters that the fact that your rotation only involves maybe 5 buttons is irrelevant, because you have less than half a second to decide what button to press next. So you better just know what the answer is, or you're gonna lose damage immediately. There's also the fact that a lot of the time, like for some characters at least, whether you pick the absolutely correct choice or the second or third best is fine. So the answer is Ninja Dragoon? Summoner? I mean, if you want really high APM jobs, it's gonna be something like that. Ninja, Monk, Red Mage. Dragoon has a pretty high pace burst. Maybe Dark Knight for tanks, but let's just say that the jobs with the really high APM in their burst, like the ones with the highest APM in their burst, has a tendency to also have an extremely relaxed filler. Viper's a good one as well, yeah. Reflexively mashing Adios detonate whenever I get that. I was really confused when was he named Will? Said his name on stream and called him Ardeos, and it's a developer, so I guess his name is Ardeos and not Adios. Sure. Sure, whatever. I mean, also importantly, Posijong, if you're not near level 80, then you wouldn't be able to access Viper even if you did pay for the game. But yeah, if you're like, let's put it like this. Let's place the let's set the expectations a bit here. Final Fantasy XIV is a slower game. If your expectation is a game that goes so fast that you have to do 4 things per second to be satisfied, then this will never work. At its fastest, Final Fantasy XIV expects you to do 1 thing per, like, 0.6 to 0.7 seconds, you're doing roughly 1.5 things per second. Meanwhile, other games might expect way more than that, or could push it so that, like, that amount of things is something you're doing as the baseline, and then it speeds up, whereas 14 kind of peaks at that about 1.5 things per second. So if you want more than that, then, like, again, I'm not trying to tell you, don't play this game, it's not for you, but I'm saying, if you think this game is cool, and you're just, like, sitting, waiting for this to happen, it's not gonna happen. It's like going into a card game and expecting that eventually there'll be a level up system where you'll gain XP and, like, gain stats that gives you more health and such. It's not there, and it's not gonna be there. Expecting a high APM job to be introduced is like expecting a new dot job or sustained damage job. Oh. Maybe it'll happen with Evercold. I'm over here wondering if I just ran us into a dead end without noticing. I very well might have. Never mind, I have not. Unless that card game is Balatro. That one gets pretty zany. Yeah, that's a good point, Moss. Yeah, my point is basically that the Final Fantasy XIV's definition of high APM is different from other games' definition of high APM. I do think that like a positive, now that we're on the topic of Black Mage, is that it might feel like, in a way, the job has a higher quote-unquote APM because it has a higher concentration of deliberate decisions, quote-unquote. Like, especially during leveling. But also, like, when you hit level 90 and beyond, a job like Dragoon, during its filler, you just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the other 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's your filler. For Black Mage, if, like, you can write out that you're gonna go, like, fire, you're gonna enter Astral Fire in some way, then you fire 4 or 6 times, and then you do Paradox at some point, and then you Despair and you Flare Star after that at some point. But all of those at some point things means that where Dragoon just writes out a 10-step long sequence, Black Mage can write out a 10-step long sequence or something like that. But each time it has to do that, there's like 10 variants of it because of the fact that there's like 1 or 2 things that go at randomly in the sequence. That's not APM, but it might feel to some players like there's more APM because there are some meaningful decisions or something. Ismetricon says, I think that comes up with Viper too, since a lot of its APM is just hitting the OGCDs that the game expects you to hit after each GCD. That's also true. Higher DPM, yeah, exactly, Zerulia. Also, Avarian. As I saw a clip on Twitter last night from a JP player where during the last fight in the New Alliance raid where they covered someone in the towers and it forced the paladin to say, oh yeah, I did. I saw that too. It looked pretty weird. Hey, Bread Bean. It's also important how complex the decision is. The answer strings don't go very long, but the decision is very simple. Yeah. And yeah, that's also true, is that me going Black Mage has impactful decisions is also like, let's be honest here, it's not rocket science. Like, it's not more complicated than it needs to be. Like, the whole point of the Is Black Mage Actually Hard video is that I explained it at a very high level of complexity, like at relative to what Black Mage can offer in terms of complexity, and explained some of the weirdest tricks at each level. And that's not that complicated. A lot of it comes down to, do you know whether it's something you should do or not? Are there any job that has a really long combo or sequence that has a lot of different skills in it so it doesn't feel repetitive? That's hard to say. Hard to say. That comes down to what will feel repetitive for you. Ninja's probably the best in that regard. Is it? Ninja who spends 40 to 45 seconds per minute just doing 1, 2, 3 combos? Yeah, the longest combo sequence in the game is Dragoon. It has 2 5-step combos, and because of the way that it gets constructed, it is essentially a 10-step combo sequence. It's just that you repeat some buttons. That's almost worse, Ryle. Ninja's probably the best in that regard. Is it good? I didn't say it was good. It's the best. It's not good. It's just... Well, let's put them on a tier list. We'll probably set Ninja at the top in C tier. Personally don't like doing 1, 2, 3, 4. In that case, all physical jobs are off the table. And I imagine all healers are off the table as well. So your options are like Black Mage and Pictomancer, I think. Or maybe Blue Mage, it's true even. Picto is all 1, 2, 3s? No. Pictomancer's all 1, 1, 1. Yeah, most jobs have some sort of 1, 2, 3, 4 thing. And in a way, the 1, 2, 3, 4 or 1, 2, 3 or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 thing kind of just like is meant to mask the fact that you're basically just going and like your turn. I stab the enemy. Okay, your turn. Looks at your cooldowns. I guess I stab the enemy. Like, it's going to be a very simple example because I know it's more complicated than that, but to take a little bit of a comparison point. In 14, you might have a job like Viper, where, you know, you go basically 2, 2, 2, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 1, 1, 1, 2, and just repeatedly do that. And like every time you hit that third button, you press an extra button. And once you've done that 5 times, you can hit Reawaken, and then you go 1 boop, 2 boop, 3 boop, 4 boop, 5. As like some sort of finisher move, right? In World of Warcraft, you could have like a rogue where what you do, and this is like more like classic WoW, right? Like in modern WoW, it gets a little crazy with all the procs, but the super basic description is, okay, what do? I press Sinister Strike. Okay, you do some damage, here's a combo point, thanks. Okay, what do? I press Sinister Strike. Well, now you have 2 combo points. What do you do next? I guess I press Sinister Strike. Okay, 3 combo points. Now you have to wait for energy. But once you have energy, I have a feeling I know what you're gonna do. Is it Sinister Strike? That's right, it is. And once you hit 5 combo points, you hit Eviscerate, which is a big finisher. The difference is that you just go 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2. But ultimately, it's the same concept. It's just that in 14, they kind of mask it a bit by giving you like a bunch of different attacks. So you don't just stand there going boop, 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 waboom. That doesn't mean that WoW system is any better or any worse. I personally don't have anything against just having the button that does this thing, and the button that does that thing, and the button that does that thing. Like, I would actually prefer if we just had, you know... Like, it's a lot more complicated to make it cool and interesting like that, because you have to, like, really stack the value of each button. But I have a preference for having, you know, a filler button. Just one filler button, and then you have some cooldowns and some like specific use case buttons, like maybe a dot button, maybe a like a cooldown attack and things like that. And each of them have a reason why you don't just mash them, because you can't, or it's not very good to do that. And then you have a filler button when there's nothing else, and ultimately 14's jobs have a lot of those, and they kind of mask a bit that it's just the filler button by making it like a whole combo sequence. And what we've seen of Evercold, they're essentially doing something like this. Something like this. Because the 4 jobs we've seen have essentially a filler button. Like, and it's straight up a filler button. Paladin's filler button does generate an OGC attack a little bit like Viper does right now. Bard generates a resource. Dragoon and White Mage doesn't. Like, Dragoon's filler button is a 4-step combo that just does damage. But conveniently, they generate a resource with time that also takes 10 seconds, which is basically the same thing. Crescent says my favorite class in WoW was Arcane Mage back in the day when it was spam Arcane Blast until no mana. Ah, yes, those were the days. Zab says I have no clue what point and combo I'm in when I play Viper. Yeah, I get that. I also think that it would be nice if they offered the opportunity to split the buttons up. But I can also see how, let me just switch to Viper so we can see. You can also see how it might be a little difficult for them to figure out how many buttons are reasonable to give. When you have this much buttons you can put on your bars, and it doesn't fit on the screen. Like, where do you draw the line? I guess Death Rattle and the, Legacies are fine to be on a single button. Leah says my favorite class in Soto was Carnage Marauder when its burst and filler used to be Spam Massacre. Are you saying that Swotor made Warrior just without the filler? So what you do is you click Fell Cleave. What do I do next? Did I stutter? Fell Cleave. How's the Dark Knight and Reaper do? Are you asking how they work, or what is the question, Fuzzy Jung? As the PD says, I'll be honest, I forgot the airship was there. I was wondering how you're gonna get to Suliholol. Yeah, when we do these walks, I basically... We aim for physical airships and boats. Because that's usually the through line that makes it work. If I was like, you can't use any transportation at all, then there's a lot of places that will be blocked off. What is the gameplay like? Well... Reaper is still locked behind the paid version, just because you mentioned that being a barrier for you earlier. Reaper has one of the slowest filler rotations, as far as I know. They don't, they barely have OGCD attacks when they're not in the burst. When it comes to burst, they're sort of a little bit similar to Viper in like super speed with OGCD like sprinkled in and such. Dark Knight, when played optimally, Dark Knight does very little for like nearly like for most of 100 seconds or so out of 2 minutes. Like they're just building. They have a small burst on the odd minute, but when it comes to the even minute, that's where they do stuff. Which is to say, they have a very, very speedy burst and then a very, very relaxed filler. Where they most... Like, the joke is that Dark Knights just go 1, 2, 3 for, like, a minute and a half. Which is not exactly true, but it's not as far from the truth as you might think. The best I can give you there, Zarf, is if it's green, it's a flank. If it's red, it's a back. Does Dark Knight still make a funny dance partner for openers? It does. Talon might be the tank that is the most, I don't know, diverse during its filler. I don't know. I feel like that's selling it a little, like a little more than it really is. Fortunately, some of the step 1 and 2s on Viper are also red. That's true. Let's just say that I've played Viper enough and had to look at the icons enough that I can tell that this red and this green is very distinct for me from this red and this green. And there's also the part that if you stand in the back position for Reaving Fangs, it doesn't hurt. Like, it's not a negative. But the Sage buttons, do those look distinctive enough for to you? Are you asking Zav or me? I'll say, hey, King Roberto. Jose Zhang says, I almost watched all the 1 to 100 guys you made, but I still think I have to change my mindset because the game is not built the way I'm used to. Yeah, if you're used to something like Black Desert, then yeah. Hey, Stainless! Brewski says, I found the need to hit the positional to build charge part of the Dragoon preview to be interesting since they moved away from that design originally. Gonna put this out there, Brewski. If Evercold launches and the 2 drives with the specific side positionals no longer require the positional to be correct to build with, it would not surprise me. Caster BD says, speaking of your 1 to 100 videos, I've been following along with your monk video and as I leveled that, and it's been super helpful. I'm glad to hear that. What level have you gotten your monk to? Leah Spriggs says Reaving Fangs actually always leads into one of the back positions as well. Well, technically that's only true if you manage to make sure that you don't ever flip them in any way. If you don't make a single mistake and you open with 2-2-2, then yes. What is the average queue time for each roll? Couldn't tell you. Depends on the server you're on, depends on the time of day. Depends on what you're queuing for. Yeah, if you are enjoying the stream, it does help a lot with a like over on the YouTube side of things. Thank you so much in advance. 74. Yeah, that's pretty good. I was gonna say if you were in like the 50, 60 range, that's like the super weird teenage years for Monk. When they have their weird growth spurt where they get perfect balance that they don't really need. Yet. Zav says reading Viper openers is even worse since you need to look up every time which button that action was under again. Yeah. I feel like I made a deliberate effort to like, I would name the like 1, 2, 3 combos and such. But then be like, listen, the filler combo is just these buttons. Exactly because who knows what those buttons are named? Who knows? And that's why I'm like, oh yeah, the filler combo for Viper is 2-2-2, 1-1-1, 2-2-1, 1-1-2. Repeat. Because if I start saying the things, I'll first of all probably get it wrong. Okay, like if I were to name, there would be something like Reaving Fang, Swift Skin Sting, Hind Sting Fang. Nope. Hind Sting Fang doesn't exist. Exactly, Sting Fang Stab Bite. It was Hind Spain Fang. But yeah, like it's also been a while since I've needed to look at these. The stings are the left button. The banes are the right button. It's again, Casper. It's straight up. It doesn't matter, right? You're not gonna need that information. Even when discussing Viper, people don't really refer to the one like to the filler combo steps by name. But I will say, if Evercold comes out and they stand, like they stick to their guns on the, no, you have to get the positional to get the proc for Dragoon. And they have a left and a right and a back positional. Then, at the very least, there is, like, I do feel like if they do that, it's a lot more fair because the Evercold design also means that hypothetically, if the boss like blocks you from reaching their back for like 40 seconds, you can probably still reach the 2 side positionals. And then you can just use jump to sidestep the problem of not being able to reach the back positional. And because you have, I mean, at its most extreme case, like 29 seconds to find the positional, and you can hold up, like, you can hold 2, like, outer positionals. In the context of jump. You should be fine. Like, I'm just saying, couldn't you hold 3 positionals? You can, but if you hold 3, then the timer stops. That's why I'm saying you can hold 2. You can't hold 3, because when you hold 3, you're losing damage by the second. It's not polyglots. Agent Same, hope you're doing well, and I'm glad to hear that. Thank you so much, and welcome back to the game. Posijang says, should I worry about the rework of from the new expansion as a free version player? Probably not. In fact, the Evercold jobs will probably move a lot of things down to lower levels so that you can get a better idea of whether you like our job or not earlier on in your journey. So it doesn't get like, well, I'm level 50 something on Ninja and I don't actually know if I like it. If you don't like a job by level 50 in Evercold, there's a pretty good chance, like based on what we've been explained at least, that you will not like it at level 100 or 110, because it should have the core part of its toolkit at level 50, which is not true currently. Jin says, question for you though, does positionals make melee distasteful to play for most people? I feel like distasteful is an interesting word for that. No, I don't think so. In fact, the simple fact that melees tend to do a lot more damage than other roles on average, it's not true, like, it's not universally true, but melees tend to do the most damage by a smidge, means that people like to play them. Especially like selfish DPS, because a lot of people like to be the main character. They like to be the anime protagonist that saves the day with the damage. Also to reiterate, if like I still think that Palace of the Dead has the problem that mobs die too quickly, and the fight, like in lower Palace of the Dead rooms, of course, and that fights are too different from quote-unquote normal content, that it makes it difficult to like probably gauge whether you will enjoy the job in normal content. But the fact that Palace of the Dead would cover level 1 to 60 should mean that you do get to experience like the core part of the job, might actually make it worth it. Zav said, I'd argue Monk is already completed level 50. I'm assuming that you didn't mean that, since you're correcting to Ninja. I don't fully agree with that, but I do think Ninja is one of the more complete ones. Matthew says, complaining about them / playing them doesn't mean people are actually bothering with positionals. I don't know the accuracy of that, but I can say that if you see a lot of people complain about a minor or like slightly more than minor issue with a role, like positionals, it's sometimes more a matter of people just, you know, complaining for the sake of complaining. Like, stupid steering gearbox, stupid steering wheel, but the car's good. Hey, Doronek, if you want to be the main character, wouldn't you want to play tank instead of DPS? I've seen more main character complexes on tank and healer than DPS. Well, that's complicated. And I think that one comes from a whole different source. The people that want to be the main character DPS is more that they want to do the big damage. And if you're a selfish DPS, which, you know, Samurai, Viper, Machinist, Black Mage, that kind of stuff, then the way that you do the big damage is by people doing power of friendship to you. The dancer partners you. People coordinate their buffs to align with you. The astrologian gives you the damage card and all that. I'll say, well, yeah, hope you're doing well. This armor crush is way less important now, isn't it? Since no more Huton timer. Yes, relatively speaking, the damage loss of forgetting to armor crush and letting Huton drop, like, that was a lot more impactful negatively than forgetting to armor crush now. But in terms of, like, you have to do it, it's the same. Like, it's optimal to do it. Hey, is it luck? That's true, Aliad. Before Dawntrail, Ninja probably felt a lot less complete at level 50. I actually think, Doronek, that that's less about being the main character and more about being a loner. Like, the main character is the samurai going, with the power of friendship and our power combined, we will defeat you! Ah! And then does more damage because teamwork. Meanwhile, the warrior is like, or even the Dark Knight, because that's probably more personality fitting. I don't need anyone else. I'm all on my own. I will overcome this with no one else. Yeah! So it's not main character syndrome. It's like, you know, the edgy other character that doesn't have any friends. The DPS is Naruto. The tank is Sasuke. Thank you, Doronek. As Metrocon says, Dawntrail really was the We Hate Timers expansion, huh? You know, it is funny with that. That as time has passed for 14, we've seen procs become more and more consistent or outright removed or made irrelevant. We've seen cooldowns be standardized more so that they align with other things better. Buff management has become easier, less punishing. Or buffs have just been removed. And a lot of these things, at some point, it was like, no, that's like what makes the job difficult and interesting. Like that's how you're supposed to do it. You just get good, Lamau. But at some point, players became skilled enough at managing a particular effect that the way that we, like, judged the job was more so assuming that obviously it's gonna happen and you're gonna get it right, as opposed to saying, well, it could go wrong. Like, basically we switched from it's like this when it's good to being it's like that when it's bad. Like, for instance, Warrior Storm's Eye buff. We're not exactly going to calculate how much damage Warrior can do without Storm's Eye. Who cares? Hey, Naomi. Insei says, when do you think Machinists will get a buff to be competitive with other Selfish DPS? Well, the assumption is that Evercold will change a lot of things. So, let's start there. And what's interesting about them then making these buffs easier to manage or passive outright is that it sort of just removes a problem that has already been mastered. Now, I can't remember the full specifics of it all, but let's take, for instance, Warrior. If we take it from now and back and we just look at the filler rotation, right? Presently, hi Talaman, have a good evening. Presently, you know, you go 1, 2, 3 with the buff, and every time the buff is below 30 seconds, you do that again to like make sure that it's like healthy. And because Berserk or Inner Release gives you an extra 10 seconds, you also want to keep that in mind. Like, you're basically getting free time there as well. What's pretty funny about that is that the reason why it gave 10 seconds is because it basically meant that it added the time needed to spend the 3 Fell Cleaves and Primal Rend that it gave you, but now it also gives you Primal Ruination, so technically it costs you 1 G-City worth of time. And then we just completely disregard the part where 3 Fell Cleaves also reduces the cooldown of Infuriate by 15 seconds, and you know, there's a lot there, but yeah. I'll say Moldramoth. At one point, as we go back in time, Inner Release and Berserk didn't do that. Like, it didn't give you 10 seconds of extra time. There was also a point where Mithril Tempest didn't give you Storm's Eye. Instead, it gave you... It increased the duration of the damage buff by 10 seconds if you had it already. Basically, the effect that Inner Release has now. And it didn't do it if you didn't have it. You go a little further back, and Storm's Eye didn't extend to 1 minute. It gave you 30 seconds. And if you reapplied it early, it would just go back to 30 seconds. Just toss out the existing duration you had and go back to 30 seconds. And if you go further back, there was a point where the beast gauge didn't exist. Instead, when you used step 2s and 3s of your filler and certain other buttons, you gained stacks of a buff, and each stack increased some effects depending on what stance you were in. Because you had a damage and tank stance at that time. Like, look, like some of you may know how far back in time we are now. We're in Heavensward now. And this stack could increase healing received and your parry chance and things like that. Or in the offensive stance, your crit damage. So you might not want to just Fell Cleave immediately. Or rather, perhaps you might not want to Inner Beast immediately because you actually want the passive benefits of the effect. In fact, when Beast Gauge was initially added to replace this, the gauge itself gave you some of this effect. So it wasn't completely gone. But also in Heavensward, tanks had ways to maintain some sort of damage nerf on their target. So not only did you want to manage this resource, not only did you want to manage your damage buff, not only did you want to manage the damage reduction on the enemy, but you also managed slashing resistance down, which made you do more damage, your co-tank do more damage, and it also made your ninja do more damage, because Samurai didn't exist. I guess it might also make your Astrologian do more damage with their auto attacks, but I don't know if that counts. And a lot of these things have just been removed. For instance, the slashing resistance down effect just meant that jobs jobs either provided this effect themselves, or if they didn't, then it sucked when they were in a party that didn't have someone to provide it. So it kind of just sucked. Like, it kind of felt like a pointless detail, so they removed it. And they probably didn't want players to feel like they had to sit on the precious resource that they could use for their more awesome buttons, because it gave passive effects, so they removed that. And They, instead of having your tanks need to carefully maintain a damage nerf on enemies, some DPS jobs could do that too. Dragon Kick used to give make enemies do less magic damage. They removed those and just balanced the enemies around it. Similarly, healers lost Protect because it gave you more defense, but you just fire and forget. The only time it's a problem is someone dies because you had to reapply it mid-combat, which sucks. And all of these things were just like gradually taken out because it was a lot of management that maybe wasn't super interesting. There's an argument to be made that if everything is just burst buttons and then a filler that is meaningless because we specifically abstracted all the meaning out of it, is that better? And I mean, I don't know, but the difference is a little bit in, I think a good way to put it, or an interesting contrast, is that a lot of these maintenance effects ultimately became, if you get it right, then you feel nothing. If you get it wrong, it sucks. Hello, Melzy. Like basically, that was the problem, is if you get it right, complete indifference. If you get it wrong, everything is ruined. Huton is a good example of that. Is that if you forgot to maintain it, everything was ruined. You had to spend a GCD with Horizon, but before that was added, you straight up had to use a Jutsu charge just for that. Just like, not only did you lose the buff, now you had to sacrifice Horizon just to fix it. Like, it really sucked. So they got rid of it. And a really good example of how, like, I think one of the ultimate examples of this is accuracy. Before Stormblood, the stat accuracy existed. It was replaced with direct hit in Stormblood. The core difference here is that if you didn't have enough accuracy, and how much you needed depended on, like, where you were. If you were a melee, or rather if you were a tank, you needed more because it's harder to hit something that is straight up looking at you. And as you go to, like, you're hitting them from the side, so you're hitting them from the back, so you're hitting them from range, you needed less accuracy to be consistent. But the key thing is that if you didn't have enough accuracy, sometimes your attack would just miss. And if you were a job that was reliant on combos, if you miss, then you have to start over. To go 1, 2, miss. 1, 2, miss. 1, 2, miss. Like, oh boy, I sure look forward to getting a Chaos Thrust so I can move on with my life. And the key thing here is that accuracy was a stat you needed to do good damage. And having enough accuracy didn't feel like anything, because when accuracy was doing its job, it was completely invisible. Whereas when you don't have enough, it's very visible when it fails. However, the replacement, which is direct hit, is you can't miss. Asterisk, under normal circumstances, there are exceptional circumstances where you can miss. Blind and deep dungeons, maybe you're fighting something that is actually over your level, things like that. Direct hit, instead, is you always hit, but there is a chance you do slightly more damage. We removed the disastrous feeling of when you get screwed over by the game system and replaced it with a kind of middling, like, oh, that's nice, effect when you're lucky. Because, generally speaking, players probably feel a lot better when they're lucky than when the game punishes them heavily for being unlucky. Was that Jet? Ozzy Chung says, I heard Monk has low GCD and fun to play. Oops. What is your thoughts on this? I mean, fun to play is subjective. You have to find that out for yourself. Monk's GCD is the shortest in the game. until the player expects to be lucky, see all the guaranteed critical hit skills. That one is actually an interesting whole separate problem that I feel like the devs have kind of put on themselves. If all of your attacks have sort of comparable potency, then it's fine that you're averaging out your hits. The problem is that by emphasizing this burst window where you're doing a lot more damage and giving everyone like super moves that hit way harder than all of their other attacks, it suddenly means that it doesn't matter that on average your attacks are gonna like even out, because I need this attack to crit. I don't care if on average 25% of my attacks are gonna crit in best in slot gear, because I'm going to say to number 1, by the way. Because if I don't crit with my big signature move, then I'm so far behind that it makes no difference. Like, a ninja direct critting, like, spinning edge, like with everything considered, is like double damage. Like, let's just say that it's double damage for the sake of like a simplified example, right? So you're getting an extra cool, clean 300 potency. Very nice. Meanwhile, if you do the exact same thing with Yosuranryu, who also gets like a 30% bonus from Caetsu, like, we're not even talking about anything else. You're gonna gain like 5.5 spinning edges worth of damage. Like, you're 5 step 1 GCDs ahead of a ninja that didn't get that direct crit. Then you add in like other bonuses like Dokumori and Kunai Spin, and it's probably going to end up being a burst mode and all that. And then suddenly you're like 12 spinning edges ahead of the opposition that instead got a spinning edge crit. Whoop-de-doo. So that's ultimately the problem. One way that they could deal with this is to take a little bit of a page out of old school Final Fantasy games. And by that, I don't mean add a damage cap. Or there is a damage cap, actually, but don't make like a silly small damage cap. What I mean is that because there was a damage cap, the way that late game progression in older Final Fantasy games often worked was that you found ways to hit more times. If you could already do 10k, you're now 9,999 damage with your basic, like with a simple single hitting attack. If you could find an attack that hit twice, but had, you know, significantly less potency, so they just hit 2 times for like 6,000 damage, you were doing more damage. So, worth it. And then, like, if you can get that up to the 10k, then you find an attack that can hit 3 times, or an attack that can hit 4 times, or an attack that can hit 5 times, to like build it up. And that would be a way for jobs to actually get more consistency, because I'm not talking about, oh, it would be cool to see a bunch of numbers. It would actually be really hard to tell how much damage you're actually doing if there's like 10 numbers on screen. But if an attack hits 10 times, for instance, and you have a crit chance of 20%, just to simplify a little bit, the probability that 2 out of those 10 hits are gonna crit is pretty high. It's really high. Whereas the probability that the single hit that we have right now actually crits is really low. It's 1 in 5 under those same conditions. Which means that if the fight doesn't last at least 8 minutes and it's a 2-minute cooldown, then there is the average result is that you actually don't get a crit. And yeah, exactly, Expedition 33 is a pretty good example of that. They let you find a way to do 10k damage with attacks so early that you can spend, you might not spend, but you can spend most of Act 2 looking for ways to hit more times because you're doing 10k damage. Oh boy, I have an attack that hits once for 10k with a setup. Awesome. Fantastic. But my other character that hits like 10 times, or like 11 times, does 1k per hit. So they're doing more damage. Oops. Larentia is doing the funny setups. But yeah, that would be a way to do it. And they could do that. They could justify this for a lot of attacks. Like, let's just get up to the Arcadia, and then I'll go over a list, or maybe I'll just start now. Like, Paladin. Confiteor is maybe a little bit hard to justify because it's like one like magic sword or something like that. But something like Blade of Valor is like an actual just a wall of arrows, of swords just splatting down. That could easily be like 20 separate hits. Same for Blade of Honor, like swords exploding out of it. Like, they could easily split off all these attacks in various hit counts to make it more consistent. For something like Ninja, I'm pretty sure Hyoshiranryu is straight up 10 shurikens. So, that could be 10 hits. Samurai is a little interesting. Like, I believe Tendo Setsugeka is like 3 or 4 swings, but Kaishi is 1. But again, like, all I'm saying is that Higanbana is an attack where you do this. Just, with the implication that, you know, you swung so fast that the opponent didn't even see it. You just like do, and then like eight like beams come out of you, indicating that you went like swing. And I mean, Higanbana doesn't need to be a multi-hit move, but Tendo Setsugeka could be a multi-hit move, and Kaishi could be as well, under that kind of implication that, oh, it's actually because like you're hitting so fast that you can't tell. And you could do that with a lot of jobs. And a lot of these attacks do that. There are some that are harder to justify, but some of those like might also just be okay because, I mean, you spam it a lot. Doesn't Dark Knight's Carven Spit already say that it hits 3 times? Yeah, Dark Knight's Carven Spit is really funny. It says that it delivers a 3-fold attack, but here's a funny detail about that. Carven Spit does 540 potency in a triple hit. Dream Within a Dream actually does 3 hits, each of 180 potency. 3 times 180 is 540. This brings us arguably Kaishi is the second hit of Midare. It could be, except that the animation has 2 swings on each of them. But yeah, I mean, if they made them hit multiple times, they wouldn't need as much to have autocrit on it. I'll say Jonathan. Red Bean says, I do wonder if they have some spaghetti that would make true multi-hits difficult, but that could be fixed by just faking the multi-hit and computing partial hit damages with extra numbers. Bad news there, Bread Bean. Dream Within a Dream is a true multi-hit attack. Each hit rolls separately. Have a good evening, Bolsijong. And the reason I'm saying that's bad news is because we have evidence that they can, in fact, make a multi-hit attack, and it works just fine. Bard has Barrage as well. I mean, more so mean if there's too many attacks being processed at once, namely in Alliance raids. That could be a problem, yes. That could be a problem, yes. Could it? I don't know. I don't know enough about, like, the intranet back end of all this. Because my initial thought was the same as Yasel. Okay, so if that's a problem, what if we brought 24 ninjas into an alliance raid and had all of them use Dream Within a Dream on the same target? Would the servers explode? Probably not. But that's not what it's about. It's not about 24 ninjas doing it. It's not even about 240 ninjas doing it in 10 alliance raids simultaneously. It's not about 2,400 ninjas doing it. It's about... what if they implemented this and then found that with 200,000 players doing this, and now that all of the attacks are multi-hit moves, suddenly the servers can't handle it? It's a little bit like how we have this, like, why can't we have more glamour plates? And admittedly, surely 20 glamour plates per character can't be that much space, can it? Why can't we have 40? Why is there a limit? But the logic is probably that they might be looking at it from the perspective of, well, if there was a limit of 40, we're basically saying, well, how much space does 20 take currently? Do we have enough server space for everyone? Yes. What if there was 40? Do we still have enough space for everyone? Possibly. What if there was 80? This is 160. And at some point, it suddenly hits the, well, if we have the players that are right now, then it's fine. But technically, every player could have like 40 characters if they wanted, and each of those 40 characters could have 20, and suddenly it explodes. You could also just have some jobs with no multi-hit moves. Oh, the reason why I'm assuming that every job would have it, silly, is because in the present situation, nearly every job would probably need a multi-hit move to, like, balance out the RNG. Aflato's Misery would probably be a multi-hit move. I could see Flemma and Psyche being. Oracle would probably be. I actually don't think that Scholar has anything, come to think of it. As far as I know, people seemingly just didn't like Dream Within a Dream from an aesthetic point of view. People want big number instead of lots of medium numbers, though. At this point, those people might just have to deal. I mean, a way they can fix it is that they could, you know, add a character configuration option that just allows you to just, like, bunch up the numbers. It just goes... and then, like, it shows one number and then, like, bracket 5 hits, 1 crit, or something like that. And then, of course, the implications of the remain, like, I don't know, if it's 6 hits, 2 hits, whatever. But like, they could find a way to make everyone happy there as well, I think. But yeah, that's my suspicion, is that the reason why some of these things are not happening is because they're thinking so far ahead that they're like, let's say that we did this thing, and then it turned out that the servers can't handle it. What do we do? Like, imagine, just hypothetically, imagine that in 7.55 they decide, you know what? You're right. We have more server space. We can give everyone 40 glamour plate slots. Let's do it. And they just double it. And then the servers become super unstable, because it turns out that it couldn't actually handle it. And then, like, they're like, well, we can't fix the servers. We can't just upgrade them. The reason they're acting up is because they can't handle it. So the only solution we have is we take back those 20 glamour plates that we just gave you. You know how players have a tendency to react to... They get really happy when you give them stuff, they get really angry when you take it back. Woo! Don't do that. Now, just at that point, it's a severe infrastructure issue on their end. It could be. It might be that. It doesn't change the fact that if they believe they can't give us this because they're scared that the servers would break, it makes sense that they wouldn't. And maybe one day we'll get it. And that's also true, Zerulia. To give an example of how hard... I actually have 2 examples of how hard the game can break over some of the weird ways they've programmed stuff in the game over the years. The first example is that TOP, which is the Omega Protocol, was current. A lot of players ran into issues with the buff and debuff cap. For those unaware, an individual character can have a grand total of 30 buffs and debuffs combined, which does mean that if you hit that cap and you try to gain a buff, your character will straight up dodge it. It could be something like, as a Pictomancer, you have 30 buffs, you cast Fire in red, you will dodge the buff that is meant to govern that you're now in your step 2 combo. So you can't do your 1, 2, 3 combo because you have too many buffs. The probability of this happening on the regs is really low. However, it is possible for it to happen. And in a situation where the boss gives you debuff soup, which is like when they give you 5+ debuffs that you're meant to deconstruct and figure out what you're supposed to do about it, and then you just have 7, 6, or 8 buffs from your job just existing, and other jobs just existing. There's a dancer in your party and you're the guy they partnered, so you have close position, standard finish, and standard finish, because for some reason it's split in 2 buffs. There's the Esprit one and the damage one. And you're a samurai, so you of course have a damage buff and a speed buff. And very quickly, you're up to 13 or 14 or 15 buffs and debuffs, because you have a debuff soup and the bare minimum. And then big damage is incoming, so it happens to overlap with a raid buff window, so every single job that has a damage buff uses it, so now you have 23 things. And you're doing your burst, so you're going make your Shisui, and you actually also have Tsubame Gaishi from Amidara you did earlier. And suddenly you're up at 27, but the boss is also doing damage, so you also need a lot of mitigation, and now you need 34 buffs and debuffs combined. And something's gonna break. Something is not gonna land because there's a buff cap. And this actually, I heard, I don't know how much truth there is to it, but I heard that this problem was big enough that Machinist became more popular for top to replace dancers, because Machinists didn't provide as many buffs to the party. So what they did is that they went, oh, well, we might be able to just double the buff debuff cap. Who knows how they did it? But basically, overnight, they were like, oh, we've changed it, so now it shouldn't be a problem anymore. But I guess that they forgot to change some other constant, or there's some other fixed value, because the game broke. If you've ever seen a picture, it's typically from Thought and Extreme. But if you've ever seen a picture of a job other than an astrologian with the card drawn effect, as in not the buff from getting the card, but the buff the astrologian uses to hold a card from, before Dawntrail, or maybe they have the they have a storm, they have Surging Tempest, the warrior buff, but it's not a warrior, or they have the giver close position effect, or a red mage with light speed, or you've seen footage of a dancer actually spamming technical finish, because for some reason whatever effect Like, for some reason, the game couldn't find the dancer to remove the technical finish or technical step buff to remove. So they could just go bam, 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 and just spam technical finish, which does a lot of damage. Because the game couldn't find the technical step buff to remove it after using technical finish. That was because they doubled the buff debuff cap. And the spaghetti code in the back completely broke. Second example, and this one is actually database or related. I believe it was when they doubled the... I think it was when they doubled the glamour chest space to 400, or was it to 800? I can't remember which one, but they basically doubled the space you can have in your glamour chest, right? Someone with maximum allotted retainer, so like they had paid for maximum retainer space. And not only that, they had something in basically all of it, in every single slot. When they used the I search function, which is like you /I search, and then you write like the first word in a thing, and it'll tell you what things there are and where you have them. They used that. I think it would have been to 800 then, because I believe it was an Endwalker. If they used that, the game would crash. Because they had so many items that, as far as the database was concerned, they actually like just barely booped out of the maximum capacity of how much space they should have. So it had to look in code it wasn't supposed to look in, or something like that. It got fixed, but that's the reason why they don't just double your glamour chest again or double your glamour plate again, because apparently some of this information, like some of this code wasn't made to accommodate this much space. You may have also heard, if you look far enough back in the history books, that when it came to A Realm Reborn, the reason why we have this much space is because when asked, when the question came of how much inventory space players should have, the suggestion was, well, how much can we give them? That much. Now they, of course, sell retainers, and that, of course, makes that notion a little suspicious, right? But I would argue that unless you're choosing to hoard, no player needs more than this, and 2 retainers. You can't possibly need more. Like, if you need more, you're hoarding something that you don't need, in my opinion. Now it says, as an IT infrastructure engineer, I wish I could be that bad at my job and still have one. There's 2 possibilities there now. Remember that this game has been around for over a decade. Some of the people responsible for this jank might have been fired. But also, Final Fantasy XIV, I have talked about this in a somewhat recent video, actually. Remember that A Realm Reborn was, like, they reused a lot of graphical assets, and they might have reused some code, but to some degree, A Realm Reborn was then basically going, okay, well, this game isn't working, how about we remake the whole game in, like, I don't know, 2 years should do it, right? Something like that. If it came out that there was a lot of corners that had to be cut to make that deadline, I don't think anyone would have been surprised. And a lot of the problems is that they released A Realm Reborn, or they finished A Realm Reborn and then released it, but because of the patch cadence that they wanted, they needed to then also speedrun making a whole expansion. So after basically going making this abomination and going, here you go, game works now, right? They went and said, how about we then also make Heavensward like that? Because again, they had to hurry. And at some point, they probably caught up enough that they could start to just focus on making functioning content. But it's very likely that some of these database issues and so on are problems that were like, in A Realm Reborn, they were like, yeah, we know that it's going to be a problem, but we don't have time to make the perfect solution. We don't have the resources to make the perfect solution. We're basically trying to plug a hole in a sinking ship here. We don't have resources to get, like, you know, more. Hey, Seraph, hope you're doing well. We just have to make it work with what we have. Let's do it. And then they did. And that means that some situations, like, for instance, these weird database problems and whatnot, kind of makes sense that they're there. And it also kind of makes sense that they see the problems and go, huh. And then just don't do anything about it for half a decade. Because remember, they ran into that, you know, debuff cap issue with Top. It wasn't the first time they ran into the debuff cap, right? Like, it's a known issue. Like, once upon a time, the problem was that bosses couldn't get enough debuffs. That's, like, part of the justification for getting rid of a lot of dots and so on. Another part of it was, like, button bloat. And then, like, they just moved to put a lot of buffs on players, and boom, problems back. And it might be that they're like, we know how to solve it. But they don't have time or resources to fix it. Like, they have to fix that while also making new raid and new job and new actions and new balance patch and new side content and new main quest and new expansion. And once they've done, and I talked about this in a specific video, okay? I think it was the Spreading Too Thin one. Once they've done all the mandatory stuff, there's some extra stuff they do, you know, to try and, you know, make things exciting, which makes sense. And once that's done, that's when they get to, we could fix this weird thing, this weird interaction from way back when. And this weird glitch. We could, improve the responsiveness of this type of action. We could make dots apply faster. Fun fact, before Endwalker, it was a common problem that if you did, for example, Adlo deploy, just boom, just one after the other, then what would happen is you cast Adloquium and deploy would land first and say failed and like just go on cooldown with nothing because it missed Adloquium. Nowadays, Adloquium applies so fast that it can't miss. In the same period, when Scholar and Summoner both had Bane still, they could do that. Like, you actually had to be like, apply your dots, do a GCD of something else, and then use Bane. Because if you just went ... Bane, then it would miss. And then you'd be down an Aetherflow stack for nothing. And sometimes it can also be, as Crusher says, it can be that some of these problems were things where they looked at it like, this is not gonna be a problem. And then it did. Who knows? Maybe, like, some of those problems like database space, where they're like, and thank you, Ardell, where they're like the game starts to fall apart and buckle under its own weight when you hit 800 glamour chest slots. I mean, it's possible that that's a problem that was technically observed, that this might be a problem when they made it in A Realm Reborn or Heavensward. And they went, yeah, but it's a solution, right? It works. Yeah, and we don't have time to come up with a better solution. And who knows, maybe this is over in 4 years. Like, who cares, right? This game, like, this might be like a second wind, and we just die the moment that players lose interest. So we just have to keep it going and make sure that people keep looking at us, because the moment they look away, it's over. This is the last chance. We can't reboot this a second time. So this is it. We don't have time. And some of those solutions would make a lot more sense if they're like, they're sitting here in Dawntrail like, I mean, we didn't even expect to get to Stormblood. You know? Zab says, especially back then, the memory limitations of PS3 were a massive problem. Also true. It's possible that some of these problems were something where they looked at it like, I mean, who cares? The PlayStation 3 can't load more data anyway, so why would we care about that limitation? So it's a lot more complicated, and it probably is a lot of this. But it doesn't change the fact that it's really funny to talk about some of the weird jank in Final Fantasy XIV. Like, I'm just saying, there are mechanics in Final Fantasy XIV that very, like, just combat mechanics that are so extremely weird that the only possible explanation is that they hadn't actually considered that maybe it doesn't work when the numbers are 100 times bigger. Like how you can kind of hold AoE aggro in low level, like in super low level duties, by just spamming your tank stance. You can't do that in max level. If no one else hits them up, you can probably like make sure it sticks to you. Like, you might be able to beat the enmity the healer produced by using regen on you, which is not a lot, by pressing your tank stance again, but nothing else. Cyrilia says, it wouldn't surprise me if in the backend someone one day said, we have 1 megabyte per player. This is how we're placing stuff. This limits X and Y thing. And then they forgot about it. Very possible. Very possible. And if they've, like, designated a specific amount of space, then that would also explain why things start to break when you're using more than that. And I get it now. I'm basically also just saying that the perspective of I would have been fired if I did something like that sort of comes with the added assumption that there wasn't a logical reason for it to be the way that it is. If you get what I mean. That, like, surely if someone did something like that and that broke the game when it was new, then it would be a problem. But it's probably a case of it was actually the best they could come up with when it was initially added. It's why they're, like, now stuck with the problem. And it also comes to the fact that if we assume that they let these problems happen, then we're also coming from the starting point of assuming that the development team is incompetent, which is I mean, you could do that, I guess, but I feel like that's a really, really, really bad point to start on, you know? Like, let's assume the game that we love to play is managed by idiots. I would rather not do that. I would rather assume that they know what they're doing. Which is also, I feel like, that's also what I try to do whenever I comment on these types of things, like these types of problems, is I would rather not take the bad for granted and assume that it'll be better, and then we'll go, well, shucks, when it's bad. Sam says there's no way this game would work anywhere near as well as it does if they didn't know what they're doing. It's very possible that a lot of the jank that happens to work is because, like, there's a lot of spaghetti that they're finding their ways around. I think I heard Ali in the Discord server mentioned looking into some of the packet information and pointed out that there's a lot of really cursed stuff in how the game communicates information. It turned out to not be true, I believe, but a really, really funny example of it was that there was a suspicion that the way that dots were handled is that there was an invisible NP, like an invisible character in area, like in zones that simply would like be the actor that did the damage for dots for you. Turned out to not be real, I believe, but it was cursed enough that it sounded believable, especially because in the very same conversation, it was reminded that World of Warcraft, which not exactly known for its incredible stability, is held together by invisible bunny rabbits. Most actions in the game and objects in the game are controlled by attaching an effect to a impossibly small or straight up invisible bunny that then just moves. So you throw a fireball, it might be that it's a fireball object, but it could also be a fireball just attached on top of an invisible bunny being thrown at the enemy. Which I think is hilarious. I think I also saw him. I think it's a silver leaf, which is like an herb you can gather. If you zoom in hard enough, you can actually see that there is a, I think it's a human, like a tiny human, like buried deep down in the leaves. Exactly, Avarian. The molten core load-bearing bunnies. Zerelia says the invisible actor would not be the first game to do that. True. I heard about a game where trains are actually humanoid since immovable objects cannot move. Oh yeah, I do remember that. I do remember seeing that too. That says, funny enough, just today I was playing one of those games with cursed developing cycle. There's actually cut content. There's an actual cut content joke in a cutscene. Oof. Raminus says League of Legends would do similar things, reusing minions as proxies for everything. I also saw a recent one that a recent example. I saw in a recent video, I think, an example of an old Mario Party game where there's a toad in the menu screen, and then they showed how it actually looks from the side, and it's like you can see the menu screen, and then like all the way like a kilometer across the screen based on how far you zoomed out, the toad is there, because that means that the toad will look like they're big enough for the menu screen by being really close to the camera. And the explanation given or suggested was it's because then they didn't have to resize the toad. It is funny with those things. Sometimes you hear that a specific game is made in like in an engine that would be like, what? How? How did you do that? That's not meant to do that. And, you know, they found a way. They found a way. So this is Factorio has some insanely cursed code to get stuff working because the code that would be used normally just wouldn't do what they wanted it to do. I have heard that Factorio is insanely well optimized, but some of the things they have optimized are really funny. And the reason why is like if you've ever heard of Factorio megabases, that's where the game is really put to the test. If you've ever heard of those, Factorio is like a factory management game in a way, you could say. And the mega base is like, it could be possibly 10, 100, 1,000 times bigger than the kind of base a normal playthrough would have. Which means that there's 1,000 times more calculations and animations and stuff. And a lot of these calculations can slow down the game. And that means that these kinds of bases are optimized around like making the most of the calculations, which means, for instance, that instead of having resources on a transport belt from a miner, they'll just mine straight into a train, because then the object never appears in the game in the game world. It just gets put straight into an inventory and then just moved straight to where it's used. Another example is that completely full belts means that, like, if it's like, well, there's only copper here, it's all copper ore, then it can, like, it requires less PC like performance to calculate all of that, instead of having like, well, there's one there and one there and one there, because it can just assume that it's full. So it's a really funny example because it's insanely optimized, but also some of the optimizations are utterly deranged. Yes. Exactly. Exactly. Like, huh, well, I mean, if it works. But how fun. Jank in 14 leading to game design. Anyway, I'll be right back. In the meantime, Frosty. So it says, in case you're curious, the game was crashed to insanity from 2004. I know that game. And the quote is, come now as we explore new dimension. It should be 2, but we ran out of time. The cutscene was before the final zone, so they were probably at max crunch when they squeezed in that joke. Ha! We ran out of time. Too bad. Try again next time. Good luck, Zaf. Good luck with that, Naud. I feel like we kind of ran into a wall in the conversation. The also reminder is that next week... One second. My God. Okay, so I was just about to say, reminder that next week is when the new Ultimate is coming out. You know, some call it DMU, some call it You Mad. It's Kefka Ultimate. And Frosty is once again hosting like a charity event with like world first race casting and all that. Yeah, I will be among the casters. I have just been informed that just like for heavyweight, I am apparently, not only am I the herald of day 2, but looking over this schedule here, I'm first shift every day. So every time you see me on stream for the ultimate race, it means that yet another day has passed without a kill yet. So look forward to that. And that's funny because for heavyweight, I came on exactly 24 hours apart. Exactly Dawn of the X guy. What time does it start? Let's double check. Eight GMT plus 0. We bring forth Kai, bring up the next day of prod. To be clear, I'm not alone. That would be really, really bad, but I'm not alone. Thank you, Erdl. Maybe Behemoth? The Balatro raid? Nay, Dragon Knight? Yeah, I guess the Balatro raid. Yeah, basically straight from the word go. And yeah. Check in, watch along. If you want to see how the race goes, but you don't want to keep track of like all of the races, usually we're pretty good about keeping track of the ones that are in the lead. Sometimes they won't be featured on the stream because they only show the streams they have permission to show. But it's usually the top. What percentage are you at for M12S? We don't even keep track of that. We haven't seen Hardened Rage yet. But we're working on we reached Mortal Slayer 2 last time. But thankfully, you don't have to have cleared an ultimate to be able to be an exciting caster. If there isn't an edit of one of the songs into the Balatro theme, I'll be disappointed. What I do know for certain is that there's a significant portion of the casters that think "You Mad" is the perfect shorthand for this ultimate. So you're probably gonna hear a lot of that. And I'm saying that because I know some people find it very annoying. Which, you know that's how this works. That only makes it funnier. You know that's how that works. That's also why people think that 6-7 is so funny. It's because people find it annoying. But yeah, I hear some groups that are trying to get the clear quickly, or like top contenders are practicing by doing Kefka Savage, your 08S, in really bad gear, or synced, or minimum itemable, or with restrictions like weird strategies and things like that. Top contenders? I don't know why they'd be playing an old ultimate. Haha. But yeah, they're trying various stuff, and you might think that that's ridiculous, but it kind of makes sense. It's almost guaranteed that there'll be some mechanics from Kefka Ultimate. Kefka Ultimate. There will be some mechanics in Kefka Ultimate that will call back to Kefka Savage. It's possible there isn't, but it would be shocking if that's the case. And it would not have been the first time that people look at things like that and say, that's ridiculous. Only for the Savage Raiders that do this to turn out to be right. Like, I remember, like, for lightweight, the first raid tier, like light heavyweight, in Dawntrail, that there were people like Savage Raiders, like, doing things like testing Mario Kart strategy on normal to see how they could consistently clear alarm pheromones. Because AP1 from Savage is actually AP2 on normal. So the mechanic is there. It's straight up there. You could just practice it. And, like, I remember some people like, wow, these people are making strategies for normal. That's weird. Only for them to turn out to be right. didn't basically all of FRU call back to stuff in the Eden raids? I do think that they had a lot of callbacks, but based on what I saw, there wasn't like it wasn't to the degree that it was like all FRU, like all Eden stuff. But there's definitely a lot where it wouldn't be unhelpful to have like checked Eden a little bit. So yeah. But it would be interesting. I will say an interesting conversation there. Stainless says, I hope it takes at least a week. An interesting thing there is, I think that heavily depends on how many parts there are to the fight. And the reason I'm saying parts is because phases might not mean that much. There's also the part that I feel like there is a point where the reason why we're like, I hope it lasts a week, is because that looks impressive on the mantle, right? Whereas an ultimate that takes a whole week of basically day in, day out prog, that sounds... Oh, that doesn't sound super great either, to be perfectly honest. Like, the reason I'm saying it depends on how many parts there are is... Let's say that they spent day one, just whole day one, not getting past phase 1. And day 2, they don't get past phase 1. And day 3, they don't get past phase 1. And that's the reason why it takes a week. Everyone is gonna be fed up with looking at stupid phase 1 by day 4. Even by day 2, probably. And if it's more like, you know, they hit phase 2 and they hit phase 3 and they hit phase 4 and there's 8 phases or something. And by the time you hit day 7, you will be so fed up with having to re-clear phase 1 every single pull that it's probably not fun anymore even to watch. So it might be good for the, like, you know, the trophy of being like, oh yeah, this fight was so hard that it took a whole week for the best players in the world to beat it. But was it fun? Even Kai will not find anything interesting to point out for phase 1 by day 4. All I'm saying is that it's gonna be real weird if I, like, show up one day and then 24 hours later I'm like, bro, are they still on this? What? I left for 24 hours and we're looking at this again. Wouldn't it be funny if mechanics changed based on the day of the week? That sounds really cursed. Demon says, what's stopping screening from making an official race to world first? Money investment. Because it's official, a lot more focus on making sure no one is cheating. I think that's it. Like, the key thing is that by outsourcing it to just having people do it in private, if something goes wrong, or there's, like, in the terms of, like, the fairness of the competition, Squeenix have theirs in the clear. Like, they're not giving out a prize or anything. It's just, well, congratulations, you cleared, I guess. Whereas if it was official, then players would be a lot more likely to try and hold Squeenix more accountable for, hey, that team is using a plugin. Whereas because it's, you know, fan run, we just act like we can't see it most of the time. We just act like there's like some sort of censor bar and just ignore it because it's not very interesting to talk about. Zeddy says, Squeenix used to announce the official winner on Twitter, then people cheated their way to victory. And I believe what happened then is that they retracted the congratulations and then they didn't congratulate anymore. So, yeah. It's probably that. It's probably that they're like... They don't want to police all that. It would probably be for the best for them to just stay out of it. But yeah, a 3-day event or something like that makes for a less intense experience than like weeks long. But the reason why we expect something like that is because World of Warcraft, for instance, makes that expectation by, you know, having weeks long raid series, by having time gates and making bosses that are overtuned specifically to match the skill level of the best of the best. 14 doesn't typically do that. What do they do if you get caught cheating to clear ultimate? I don't remember if they bothered. Like sometimes they'll like the key is that if you're literally streaming with mods, right? You're like officially they don't have to say anything else other than, well, you can see right here that you're not allowed to change to do that, so you're banned. You have nothing to say against it because that's true. The only reason why you don't get like punished under normal circumstances is that technically they can't see if you're using like some sort of third-party tool or some overlay or something. So if you don't say anything and you don't use it to be malicious, they're not gonna say anything either. They'll just let you have it, and it's just your little secret, and that's okay. But if you're literally showing it on screen, I know some streamers do that. They're doing it at the mercy of the moment Squeenix goes, nah, that's actually not okay anymore. It's just over. Morel says, WoW raises are very artificially inflated. Most of it is so boring. There is something to, like, I will say, we all have our own preferences in this stuff. I will say that a weakness 14 has in this kind of competition is that the best players in the world are potentially literally getting paid to beat this content. How do you make content that challenges them while also being reasonable to a normal person who's playing this game just for fun? It's basically impossible to do that. And 14's approach appears to be they make it hard enough that they think this is good, this is fair, this is a fun fight. That's it. And then you enjoy it. That's it. If you want it harder than that, you figure that out. Like, I'm just saying, in a weird technicality side of things, the hardest version of an ultimate or a new Savage tier is not the one that you see people do on day one. The hardest version is the people that go and toggle this and this. Well, this if it's later in the expansion, right? But specifically toggle this and go in blind. They will have the same limitations that the day one players have because they don't know anything, but they don't even have the advantage of better gear as they progress. They will, like, the Savage Raiders going in on day one of this raid tier had item level 770 gear and possibly a few 780 gears. Like gear pieces. If you turn on minimum item level, then you have item level 760. You're like 10 item levels below that. So ultimately, if they design an encounter with the assumption that it should be beatable under that criteria, then those that beat it day one will not have the hardest version. That doesn't mean that takes away from their accomplishment. I'm not like, so it doesn't count. That's so stupid. Like that's the classic congratulations with your clear. It was harder back in the day. Memes. Who cares? But 14 at least has a lot of like they have built-in ways to make it more challenging if you want. World of Warcraft instead don't have that, and then they inflate the difficulty for the professionals that go in and beat the bosses first, and then they make it more reasonable for the rest of the players. The trick, Sally, is that Sally says, in my opinion, don't try to satisfy both groups, meaning both the professionals and the more casual player, quote-unquote casual player who does the hardest content in the game. I know, weird how that could be considered casual player. The more regular player. So Sally says, so satisfy the bigger group of people. The trick is actually that it's about advertisement. It's about advertisement. The world first race in World of Warcraft is a huge event, and it does get people back into it. Back into the game, and motivates people to try and get good. There's also something to be said. That if the only way for you to experience the actually hardest version of content is to be him, you know, be that guy that is that good that they're participating in the world first race, then it might motivate some people to like push it to the limit, because you only have until the world first is beaten to experience that. So there's like, I know that it's not something people like. I'm just saying, it's, you know, just truth of the universe. There's a FOMO aspect to this. I don't really view a super long raced world first as a good thing. To me, it makes a fight look unfair and unfun. It's complicated. And I would also say a several week long world first race might not be a good thing, especially if it's, you know, artificially inflated. Like, I'm just saying, I'm not like, oh yeah, World of Warcraft has all the cards and are doing everything right. Like, I'm just saying, I think I mentioned this on a recent stream as well. I hope they've changed their ways on that, but back in Legion, oh boy, the level of time gating was incredible. Let's just say if Final Fantasy XIV released their MSQ in the same pacing as WoW Legion released their main quests for the expansion, then what would have happened is that when a patch dropped, one quest would be available, and then they'd add one more each week, and at some point the dungeon would appear. Could you imagine that? That's insulting, says Behemoth. Yeah, that was also how the player base reacted. That was actually how the player base reacted to that. Like, bro, really? Is Legion so skinned for content that you have to piecemeal it out that hard? And I would also add that part of what makes a several-week-long race to World First in World of Warcraft work a little bit better. Do you still wait 3 months for patch, or is it on shorter cycle? In the context of what I just suggested, Seraph? I mean, the kicker was that the story bit might be like 4 or 5 quests. So, like, you would finish it and then still have months before the next part was added. But I don't actually remember the patch cadence for WoW back then. But yeah, what helps a lot for WoW's longer race to World First is that if there's like 14 bosses and multiple difficulties that matter, quote unquote, it means that it's a little less rough. Like, as I started with, hey, Shadowfire, grats on the streak. The bit that I started with is if Kefka Ultimate is a whole week, if he has 7 phases and it takes the racers a day per phase, that's maybe acceptable, but it's probably still gonna get really, really, really old to redo phase 1 over and over and over again. Like, imagine if Heavyweight Savage took a whole week, the race took a whole week, but the reason wasn't because of like, oh, the bosses were hard. It was because if you wiped even once, you got sent back to Vamp Fatale. And you make it all the way up to Lindworm, you do one pull and it goes the Fixer and your party wipes back to Vamp Fatale. That would suck. Like, super suck. Aziz, Star Mouth. It would have taken so much longer than a week under those circumstances. Yeah, exactly. I'm not saying that WoW does that. I'm basically saying the reason why an ultimate taking over a week would suck is because when a mythic tier in WoW takes weeks, there's like 12, 13, or 14 bosses, which means that there are several checkpoints. A lot of the early bosses are beaten like that by the best of the best, and then like there's like maybe 2 or 3 bosses at the very end of the journey that are actually hard, and they might have 2 or 3 phases. So one boss taking 2 days is not that bad, because day 1 was the first few phases, and then the second day was the last one that was really hard, or something like that. Whereas an ultimate taking a week it's one really big wedding cake in one sitting. And that's probably not super great for a full week. It would probably be really entertaining if it's interesting the whole way. I just have a feeling that we like that. It sounds cool on the mantle, but I have a feeling that a full week will suck. people run out of part-time off when it goes over the week mark. There is something to be said that part of the reason for that is that the players do not expect Final Fantasy XIV raid tiers and such to go past a week. So they probably wouldn't aim for more time off than that. Matthew says stuff like that makes me wish Ultimates had checkpoints sometimes. Doing Uwu and wiping on Ultimate gets really old, given how uninteresting Garuda and Ifrit are. Yeah, it doesn't even have to be that long of a fight. Some of you may remember last week we had a wipe on Tyrant because I clicked Hallowed Ground half a second too late. What annoyed me the most was that I was like, now I have to sit through weapons again. That was the problem. That was what I was mad about. And it was even worse because I had only myself to blame. When I have others to blame, it's like a lot easier to be like, well, it's fine, we go again, I don't care. But when it's me, then what do you do with that? DSR has checkpoint, and only DSR pretty much. That's correct, and DSR has a checkpoint, I believe, after the first phase. There's like, imagine, I think that wouldn't be too bad actually. Imagine if Extremes gave you a checkpoint right after their ultimate attack. That would actually be pretty awesome. And that's actually pretty, I'm pretty sure it's too far into the fight. They did something similar to Deep Dungeons where you have checkpoints to learn stuff but need to do the full thing wipeless would maybe be interesting. Well, the interesting thing there is that at least for the most recent Deep Dungeon, you still get the achievement or party clear if you start at the highest checkpoint. But yeah, if you want to solo it, and I think there's also a separate achievement for doing a full clear from start to finish. Or else, I mean, then it wouldn't be an ultimate though. Yeah. Like, part of the problem is that part of the challenge comes from it being one really long fight. And you have to be perfect the whole way. So it kind of takes the teeth out of it if you give it too many checkpoints. But that's also why my comparison point wasn't to go, well, wouldn't it be better if we added a lot of checkpoints to something like Kefka Ultimate and instead went, well, the reason why it would maybe suck to have a full week of Ultimate proc is that it would be like if a Savage tier would kick you back to the start of the tier if you wiped even once. That's not quite fair. Usually Ultimates are like 15 to 20 minutes, I think. Whereas clearing Heavyweight Savage from start to finish would be probably closer to 40 minutes. But even then, imagine if the way Savage worked is that if you wiped on one boss, you got kicked back to the previous boss. Oh, that sounds dreadful. Red Beans says, doing it with learning checkpoints but still requiring wipeless means you just make every phase harder to deal with, which would need its own careful balancing to be fun to play. Part of the problem with that kind of balancing concept, I think, Red Bean, is that the most interesting part of World First is the part where they learn it. That's also the reason why what we saw is that people saw M12S Phase 2, saw Idyllic Dream, and basically called it the hardest mechanic of all time or something like that. And then once people had figured out how it worked, it was like, oh, it's not that bad actually. Because at face value, it looked insane. And because it was so difficult just to get a chance to see the mechanic, just to see configurations of the mechanic, meant that it took a lot of time just to gather data. So if they added training phases, it would be a way, it would be a way if they were like, okay, you know what, screw it, let's make an ultimate so hard that the expected clear time is like a month of prog for the best in the world. I don't know how they would make that estimate, but let's say that the developers are omniscient and they know that if we make it like this, it will take the players a full month to prog this. But to reduce the time, we give them these options to practice the phases. Like, we give them checkpoints throughout that they can go back to, but it doesn't count until they do the whole thing in one go. That might make it so that it takes a week or less, because they can just test each thing, and once they got it, they go on to the next, and they go on to the next. Like, that's actually, the reason why a week-long prog of an ultimate might suck. I mean, it might be great. I'm not leaving out the possibility it could be cool, but I have a feeling that a lot of people would get tired of it. It's exactly because if the problem is the final phase, and the final phase happens like 15 minutes into the fight, then it means that by the time they're progging that, they probably already sat through 5 days of all the phases prior to that. And every time they just want to see the next thing, that's gonna take 15 minutes of perfect play. Seraph says, Idyllic is indeed the hardest mechanic in the game. It requires 14 players to remember something from 2 minutes ago. You know they can't. Wow. Wow. The oof. No worries, Nox. This is untrue. There's a mechanic in UCOP that requires reading a skill for 14 or even more deficient in. There's a mechanic where you have to read. Ah, well, just gonna pack my bags. Never mind. But I don't want it to be like, if it goes to a week, that'll be this, like, that'll be something. But aside from that, I have a feeling that it might not be as awesome as we imagine. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm thinking, is that it might not be as awesome as it sounds. The interesting thing that happened with FRU is that, and the reason why we tend to really remember that FRU didn't take that long, relatively speaking, is that the race coverage for FRU was, as I recall, the people that normally do the World of Warcraft race, and that usually takes weeks So they were, you know, they were settling up for a really long race, and then it was done in a weekend. Like, effectively a weekend. I think it's not exactly the same, but I think the best comparison point I can come up with is a Preacher, who, you know, also came from WoW. His community tricked him back when Cape Westwind was still a trial. Tricked him that, oh, this is actually the first 8-man duty. It's actually really hard. So get ready. You should probably, like, there's a raid night here. And he believed it. So he had, you know, like, set off an evening. He had, like, food ready. Like, he had a beer or whatever. Like, he was ready to game for the whole night if that was what it took. Now, some of you know exactly what Cape Westwind was. Like, the whole joke of Cape Westwind was, like, whenever you got it, people would, like, exaggerate how hard it was. Like, make up mechanics to talk about, put down markers, send, like, macro pastes to explain the stuff, to make believe that it was harder, to trick Sprouts. And, like, if there ever was a perfect send-off of this trial, it would have been catching an actual, like, old school hardcore raider thinking that it would be all of that and a bag of potatoes. And then it was a 30-second duty. Boom, done. Anyway, I don't know what you're gonna do with the rest of your evening, but that was that. Morel says the day before it was deleted, we went in, minimized, and a couple people even died. Yeah, exactly. I have actually landed in Cape Westwind with like 7 randos, and over half of the party was Sprouts in really bad gear. And the thing that Cape Westwind has against it is that the boss just doesn't have enough health, because what happens is that you pull the boss, and then, you know, he has like 30 seconds where he's coming to terms with the fact that he's been pulled, and like a little later he summons a wave of ads that actually come from behind you. So if, like, you have healers and ranged players back there, if they don't see it coming, or if your healers are like actual Sprouts, they will probably get killed. Because, like, the ads are not dangerous enough for people to care. And you don't need your healers alive. The second thing he does is that he does, like, a cast. And then a few seconds later, a huge circle AoE appears on his location. Like, an actual, like, humongously wide mega circle AoE appears. And I'm pretty sure it one-shots you. Synced. And if you're not running the exact frame that it appears, you're not making it. I don't even know if you can make it, even with sprint. I'm not sure. So, like, you're supposed to see him do the cast and start running. But the problem is, what actually happens is that he just gets bashed on for 30 seconds, then he summons an ad wave, and then he dies. So what I saw that one time I had a large amount of, like, first-timers in bad gear is that we actually saw that AoE. I was ranged, so I just stepped further out and dodged it. And then the boss died after a couple players died to the explosion. But yeah, I do believe the hardest bit of the biggest problem with Cape Westwind was probably gear creep. I've also been told that Castrum Meridianum and Praetorium were challenging when they were new. Like, challenging. Exactly, Leah. Turns out that a duty whose minimum item level is 45 would be a little challenging. When you're actually wearing that, as opposed to when you have nearly 3 times as much. Demon says list of ultimates, hardest to quote-unquote easiest. If I understood correctly, it goes like top DSR, I think. And then top DSR, and I think it's T after that. And based on what people have said, I wouldn't be surprised if it goes Cobb, FRU, ooh. But after top and DSR, it starts to get complicated. Apparently, T is starting to get easier because some mechanics are getting power crept. Hey Beamy, hope you're doing well. Things been a bit. T was really, really rough to blind proc with the Enigma Codex gimmick. Yeah, that's also something to be said, that if they, like, we talked about putting a lot of checkpoints in an ultimate or in a in a savage raid or something, like in a hard duty, that a big part of what makes these duties really mean is that part of it is also the puzzle that may be hidden inside. It is interesting, like, the reason why I placed FRU so far down is because based on what people have said, it sounds like it's supposed to be like Omega easy. So, just let me put it like this. If you hear me say that FRU is like super far down in the list, and you're like, that can't be right, I haven't completed any of them. So a huge part of what I know and what I think is based on what I've seen and what I've heard. And if you've ever shook your head at me saying, like, me exaggerating a little bit, like, stop saying that things are easy when they're not. That's the repercussions. If you're like, no, that dude is easy, Lamau, that's easy mode. Well, if you meet someone who doesn't have a point of reference, well, this old content was hard. This new content is easy. Hence, that means the old content must be harder, right? Because people said it was hard. People said FRU was easy. Yes, people did say that. But people didn't say that T was easy. And yes, I know, not everyone. Right? Not everyone. For each person that says that a duty is easy, there'll be someone else that says that it's hard. So I'm not putting any of you guys on the on the chopping block like it's your fault. But I'm basically saying, if you hear people exaggerate that things are easy or hard or something, and someone comes in like, that's not right. Because the reason why people are saying that is because they're exaggerating, because it's funny. That's my pro tip, my advice to you, to like, not exaggerate. There's a secret contingent of 1.5 million players who believe Under the Armor is hard. Yeah, Under the Armor is very hard. It's very hard because it has this mechanic where I fall asleep. Metricon says Uwu is the easiest ultimate, but it still has suppression annihilation. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That also is something that is interesting to talk about sometimes, and where sometimes people run with it a little too hard, is that something being easiest doesn't mean that it's easy. That's actually a problem I ran into with misunderstanding when I made my series of videos on the hardest AoE pulls, the hardest dungeon bosses, the hardest trial boss, the hardest normal raid bosses, is that a lot of people came in swinging with the none of these are hard, so this video is clickbait. Where I'm like, yeah, but there's still one of them that's gonna be less easy than the rest, right? That level 40 guild test is hard when two people don't read and notice one of the ads going invulnerable. You know what's really funny about that? Is that if you just like, if you don't like super smash burst mode the ads, if you just like casually filler AoE all of the ads down, they will typically come back just in time for the remaining ones to no longer be invulnerable. Your opinion is invalid because I'm right. Also, hey Mint says if you aren't doing top blindfolded as a quadriplegic, you aren't doing hard content as a mage. It circles back to the classic with no. If you use the spirit summons in Elden Ring, you're cheating. No, if you use magic in Elden Ring, you're cheating. If you use buffs in Elden Ring, you're cheating. If you're using a ranged weapon, you're cheating. If you're using a quick bleed weapon, you're cheating. If you're using debuffs, you're cheating. If you're using armor, you're cheating. If you're using anything except a club in underpants, you're cheating. If you're leveling up, you're cheating. Just don't get hit. Meanwhile, you're just sitting there like, bro, I just sat down. I just want to play the game. I just want to have fun, man. I just want to have fun. Also, yes, that's correctly. And my green cup has become a void cup as a result of me having a green screen now. I initially thought that I needed a different colored cup, but the fact that people found it so funny is the reason why I haven't done anything about it. But yeah, just for what it's worth, my perspective on this whole thing with all the things that are cheating is like, as long as you're not hurting anyone, who cares? Like the biggest problem I have with mods in 14 is when someone is basically using every single convenience mod under the sun to make boss fights easier for them. And then they turn around and say that it's easy, Lamal, just don't fail. It's like, you're using a mod to tell you exactly what to do for every mechanic coming up. And a mod to show you exactly where the circle AoE is happening when it's not supposed to be visible information. And you're using a mod to do your rotation for you. What part of it is you? That's an exaggeration. I don't think there's a lot of players that actually do that. But that's where I'm like, okay, man. Come on. And the real problem, Jet, is that I don't have green liquid. That could have been funny. That's it. That's why every mechanic is standing that it resolve. Oh, mechanic is happening. Lifts hands from keyboard and makes the machine do it for them. But yeah, as long as you're not hurting anyone, then who cares? Just have fun. Enjoy the game. Red Beans is people paying merc parties for stuff, then saying it's easy is not as much of an issue, but still somewhat confusing. I have a funny story about that. World of Warcraft story. Strap in. Back in Mr. Pandaria, I was in the same raid team for all of Siege of Orgrimmar, and we procced basically the whole tier, and we cleared it like a couple weeks before the pre-patch for Waters of Draenor came. This is important because when the pre-patch landed, they basically made it so that there was only one hardest difficulty, and it was balanced for 10 man, but you could bring 20. So it completely decimated the challenge. But we were a 10-man raid team. We were like a 10-man raid team, but we had like 20 players. So we had a lot of switching. Like we had 3 tanks and like 4 or 5 healers and like a bunch more DPS than we needed. So there was like, for re-clears, it was pretty nice. You could switch in people that needed gear and such, and if someone didn't have time on a given day, that was fine. You could just bring someone else, right? But the prog team was usually the same 10 people as best as possible, so that you didn't have to like re-prog something because Steve hasn't tried yet. But for the very last boss, that prog was extra long, and admittedly, some of the party, like some of the raid members were a lot weaker than the rest. Like some raid was like, they can't handle prog. They're there for re-clears, that's okay. They're not strong enough for prog, and that's okay. I've just chosen that Steve is a funny name. I'm not, if you're named Steve, I'm not out to get you. Your name is hilarious. That's what I'm saying. There was one party member. Nox says, I will never forget the absolute 10 out of 10 take of all time of, quote, you are cheating by doing the content repeatedly. Nice. Yeah, exactly, Leah. I'm straight up just saying the reason why I use Steve is because I think it's a funny name. It could have been any name, and I chose Steve, not because because Steve is a problem. It's because I could have chosen anyone, and I think Steve is funny. So, the story. One of those players that were like on the weaker side, that was acceptable for re-clears, but probably not made for prog, was let's call him H, right? Yeah, let's call him Steve, actually. His name was actually not Steve, I can assure you that. His name, of course, started with H, that's why I started with that, but let's call him Steve. He was okay. He was a fire mage. He was okay, but he was not very good at prog. So he was not in the prog team, right? Obviously. And he was, of course, going to be brought when it was re-clears at some point. But he was the last DPS to pick if we needed replacements. Because he was the weakest link. It was not anything against him. It's just that we all wanted a clear. And the most effective way to do that is to take the 10 best players, get the clear, and then once we're getting more experienced, we can probably compensate for a player that needs to relearn, like to learn this fight, right? Steve eventually got tired of waiting, I guess. And what's really funny is, and you know, don't take it personally if you feel like this matches your profile. What I noticed back then, and also have noticed since then, is that if your money pile in an MMO comes from being an absolute genius at like flipping, like making money through the auction house, or alternatively, that's what you say, but you actually bought gold. I wouldn't be able to tell the difference, right? But a lot of the time, when a player had a ludicrous amount of gold, they usually were on the weaker side when it came to actually playing the game. Like, no offense, if you're like, wait a minute, that feels like that hits me personally, you might be great. I'm just saying that there was a weirdly consistent through line there. Steve had a mind-boggling amount of gold. Somehow, and remember, this was Mr. Pandaria, so that was before Warlords of Draenor gave everyone hyper gold inflation. He either bought that gold or he actually was like an auction house genius. Those were the options. That was the only way that he had that much gold. And yeah, exactly, Leah. Being good at the game and earning gold are different skills. And that's totally fine. The reason why this comes up is because one day, Steve had cleared the 25-man version of this final boss that we were actually actively progging. How did that happen? Well, he bought a boost. He paid people to do it for him. Like, to clear it with him. Now, that's, like, notice, clear it with him is how you'd like the story to be. Clear it for him is what actually happened, because the way that these boosts were done is that people were so good at this fight that they determined that they could beat the fight with like 22, maybe 23 players. So they would have two to three paying customers, pay them in, you know, stupid amounts of gold, or, you know, black market and all that. And these players would be told to just go and die as early in the fight as possible, so that they couldn't, like, do a mechanic wrong because they were a corpse. And, yes, indeed, Steve got a boost like that. We didn't mind. We were just like, okay, well, in that case, you're definitely not the first person we're bringing in once it finally gets to re-clears, because you already got yours. We'll have to bring in the people that didn't have money to buy a clear, right? But then he had the audacity to say that the boss was easy. And then he wasn't allowed to join for prog, even if he was the last person available. Like, that's when it went to, okay, buddy. Screw you, man. But what's interesting about that is, and I see Shaq is in the chat. Shaq, do you remember how many pulls it took us to beat Howling Blade? Like, just a rough estimate, it doesn't have to be exact. Do you remember, like, how many hundreds of pulls? $800-ish. Yeah, so Garrosh Hellscream Heroic 10-man took us, according to, as I recall, the deadly boss mods that we had, 200 pulls. And we thought that that was a stupidly large amount of pulls for us. And because of all the re-clears and all the prog on previous bosses, because remember, 12 to 14 bosses, when we finally beat it, Siege of Orgrimmar was one of, if not the longest raid tier ever, to be current. It was like 14 months. And it took us the whole thing. And we had like 200 pulls. But the fight was like 15 minutes long. You know, Ilana, the good news is that we never ever came to that point, but it was straight up, he was told, Steve was told that he wouldn't be chosen. That we would rather use a rando when he's gonna be like that about it. Like when he's gonna be a jerk about it. But it never came to that. But yeah, to a little bit to what Nox was saying about practice is cheating, apparently it's like there's some funny people in the world. I've seen people suggest that openers, like actual like rotational openers, are unnecessary overkill and only for sweaty tryhards. Like, I mean, kind of depends on what content we're doing, but in a way, that's also a case of practicing and rehearsing a rotation is cheating. Kind of the same ballpark. There's some interesting people in the world. And I couldn't possibly explain why they would feel like that's necessary to determine. I believe usually it comes down to, I don't want to spend my time rehearsing this. I don't want to be the guy to do that. So my stance to justify it for myself is that only tryhards do it. Some people will be like that. Lollipop says, if getting better by practicing is cheating or just supposed to be bad forever, maybe I shouldn't try to wrap my head around that take. No. My favorite, are you serious? Take was, I put out a short discussing the topic of, sprinting to pull mobs as a tank in a dungeon. And I'm not making this up. I'm pretty sure there was more than one of these, but I'm not gonna like name anyone, and I'm not like you should not go and brigade someone over that. Like, the story is funny. That's the end of it. Someone went into this with, okay, I want to justify that you don't sprint as a tank ever. How do I do that? And the reason why I think they thought like that is because the only possible explanation as to how they came to the conclusion they did is that they started there. They wanted to make a justification for not needing to sprint as a tank ever. How do you do that? Well, they suggested that the main objective of a tank is to take damage, and using sprint to outrun the enemies means that you're not taking damage, so you're technically failing at your role. So anyway, the easy counter to that is, okay, so why do you have Rampart? Why is half of the tank toolkit the damage reduction if the main purpose of your job is to take damage? Exactly, Leah. Okay, I guess I'll just like run into mechanics. Tank when they aren't continuously leaking HP. I'm a failure! Exactly. I was just like, what? But it makes a lot more sense if we start with, they really just wanted to justify not having to sprint. And then just came up with whatever justification they needed for that. And set that. Why do we have attacks? If you hit enemies, they die faster, and therefore you take less damage. Exactly, like, there's so many points where it's like, what? How would that make sense anywhere? Which is precisely why I was like, okay, the main purpose of the tank is to take damage because they take less damage than the other players. They're supposed to be the ones directing the damage to them so that they can minimize it. Their objective is to minimize damage. In fact, that's part of the reason why tanks sometimes have party mitigation, is because part of their job is reducing damage taken overall. And sometimes they can't do that by taking the damage themselves. Fun fact, everybody, I've been looking into defense. A tank in full best in slot gear in Dawntrail has a passive damage reduction of 40% from defense. Yeah, not bad. By comparison, the average job has 22%. And then it swings a bit because some have more physical and some are more magical and stuff. But the average is around 22%. So tanks take like an extra additional 18% less than the average job. Hey, Lotus! Lotus says, once in a dungeon saw someone tell the tank that they shouldn't sprint because it would receive back attacks or something and lose more health. I was too flabbergasted to even comment. Kilavan Kaza says, that guy came from WoW where that is a thing. Yes. In other RPGs, it is pretty common to make it so that there is a punishment for taking hits in the back. You cannot dodge or parry attacks from the back in World of Warcraft. Additionally, for the curious, we already brought Fellowship up earlier. In Fellowship, you just take more damage from attack from the back. Just bonus damage that you wouldn't have taken. It's not just you can't dodge or parry. You straight up take extra damage when it's a backstab. But this would also not be the first time I've seen something like that, Lotus. Where someone will peddle some sort of fact where it's like, no, wrong game. And it's almost always, from what I've seen, Final Fantasy XIV is the stage and the mechanic they're describing is World of Warcraft. My favorite of that one was someone on my video of where I explained how enmity works in Mythbusters, and I also included how provoke works. I said something to the effect of provoke appears to generate the equivalent of a 4,000 or more potency attack in enmity potency, which of course is multiplied by your tank stance and so on. And the reason why I said that is because when I checked it in Shadowbringers, like late Shadowbringers, the number was 2,000. And in Endwalker, I found it to be 4,000. And in Dawntrail, it had reached the point where it's like, it's a lot. It doesn't actually matter. It's a huge amount. That's what matters. It's a lot. And I know that it's more than 4,000. And just left it there. And this person was like, despite footage on screen showing that you just click provoke and it just goes boom, and you have a colossal amount of enmity advantage over the other person. This person went, no, actually, the way that taunts work in Final Fantasy XIV is that you use it, and then you get matched to the one that has the most enmity, and then you generate more enmity for a few seconds. I'm like, no, that's how it works in World of Warcraft. That's how it works. Like, I don't know if it works like that now, but it worked like that in World of Warcraft at the making of that video. And they insisted that they were in the right, despite, again, footage in the video showing that the enmity was generated by just provoke alone. And eventually, they pointed to the... if you look up how enmity works in Final Fantasy XIV, I would almost bet money that if you Googled it or like use DuckDuckGo or whatever and look for how enmity works in Final Fantasy XIV, you will be directed to a Reddit post on the r/FFXIV page explaining how enmity works in Shadowbringers. And this person referred to that, and I could see that because they were using the numbers from that. And I was like, yeah, no one has bothered to make a page like that explaining it since, except for like random people like me. Like, you're basically referring to the source code that I use for this. And then they stopped responding. That's always fun. No? Oh, I see. Well, I'm sorry. Thank you for enlightening me. Just no response. That's also, by the way, the reason why when I made the Mythbuster special around New Year's, that the How Does Provoke Work had like 2 or 3 versions of how it works in a different game. Was because it was like, it's a classic. That's always how you get them. Being wrong on the internet? Are you gonna stand there and tell me that I'm wrong? You're gonna tell me I'm wrong right in front of my internet waifu? How could you? Now Nox won't have any good boy points. Ezalox says, no fair, you changed the outcome by measuring it. How could you? I was right up until you rechecked the numbers and found that it had been changed. I mean, I'm sometimes like I find that I got it wrong in videos. Like, to be clear, like we talked about Monk a little bit earlier in the stream. Sometimes it comes up that my Monk guide suggests to use and explains how to make the most of perfect balance at level 50. Meanwhile, if you followed my channel long enough, you will know that a regular reminder in my Mentor Roulette series is me going, by the way, perfect balance is a DPS loss at level 50, so don't use it unless it's AoE. Meanwhile, if you check the history, you'll find that there is a video from me younger than my Monk guide where I explain this. And if you check the comment section of the Monk guide itself, there is a comment from someone who's like, am I stupid? Did I miss something? I ran the numbers here, and I'm pretty sure that it's not actually good to use perfect balance at level 50. Like, I'm pretty sure it's a DPS loss. Like, are you 100% sure that I should be using this? I looked at it, thought, that can't be right. That can't be right. I ran the numbers, and ding, sure enough, they were right. And the date of that original comment is older than my video where I originally explained the math behind why perfect balance is a loss at level 50. Because the history goes, Monk guide, someone discovers mistake, I make video talking about mistake. And then I just keep reiterating, by the way, this mistake exists. Watch out. It's a similar thing with my my Black Mage guide where there was a random comment where someone was like, did I overlook something? Exactly, peer review video. Like a like on my Black Mage guide, someone's like, am I missing something? Like I checked the numbers and I'm pretty sure at level 35 here that spamming Fire 3 is a gain over casting Fire 1. And I initially was like, no, that can't be right. And then I ran the numbers and I was like, nope, that's correct. It's like a less than 1% damage gain at level 35 to 41. And then I made a video covering that. Like, that's weird. And the best part about it, Leah, is that I started writing my explanation of like, no, that's not how that works. Let me explain to you how this works, blah, 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 blah. And then like I calculated some numbers for like my explanation as I was in the middle of it. I was like, wait a minute. Oh, they're right. Well, revise the comment. So it was straight up like me going, no, you listen here, wait a minute. Which is also part of the reason why whenever we have Black Mage optimization arguments where people are like, if you as much as consider Fire 2, you're bad. Where I'm like, every time I've looked at Fire 2, I've found something. It's not like, oh, no, you all are idiots. It's actually best to use Fire 2. It's more like, it's good enough that if someone says, do I need to have Fire 2 on my hotbars at max level? I will say, probably. Because if you're asking me if you need that, then you're probably not a master. And if you're not a master, then there are specific situations where having Fire 2 as a fallback option helps. There are super specific situations where Fire 2 is useful on AoE. But they're basically like, I explained this in my Is Black Mage Actually Hard video, but like high Fire 2 is like priority 4, I think, for your filler button. You go freeze filler. Or freeze blank. The blank is like priority 1 is like really nice if you could like, if it was convenient to reapply Thunder right then. That's priority 1. Priority 2 is like Xenoglossy, if you have one. Priority 3 is like Paradox on a specific target count. Priority 4 is high Fire 2. And then priority 5 is cast freeze again. And that's basically, that's the important bit, is that some people are like, Fire 2 is so bad that you should just cast freeze 2 again in that situation. Where if you can stand still and cast Fire 2, it's actually better, because while Fire 2's damage is garbage, it makes that first flare better. And though the damage of the Fire 2, despite the cast time, and the boost to flare, makes those combined better than just casting freeze again. And if you have to ask whether you need Fire 2, then it's very possible that you make the planning mistake that leads you to have already recently reapplied Thunder and already spent all of your polyglots, and the target count is not 5 or less. So Fire 2 is the best choice, because you made so many mistakes that you landed on Fire 2. But if you are a master, you probably don't need Fire 2, because you're not gonna land in that situation to begin with. But you might. Isolog says, I usually put every button on the hotbar. Me too. When an expansion drops, the first thing I do is put everything, even if I don't have it yet, just to get used to the mapping as I level instead of having to change things as I level. Gives a better transition to endgame. That's true. The reason why I don't do that is because even with reading an action, I might not know for sure how useful that button is until I have it. So I don't know necessarily how close it needs to be. But yeah, I agree. I also put everything on. So when people are like, do I need this button? I will. If I have this, the dumbest reason to say yes, I'll say yes. Do I need this button? I mean, if you don't have it on a Tuesday night on a full moon in November, then you'll be sorry. So you should probably use it. You should probably have it, yeah. Because if I said no and then it turns out they needed it, then I gave them bad advice, right? Let's not do that. And that's one of the best fun facts about Final Fantasy XIV ever, is that Scathe, the garbage button that basically barely has any purpose, the only thing that has ever changed about it, aside from like normalizing MP costs, is that they nerfed it. Fendi says, I wonder how much extra space our character config files will take up on PC with 2 modes. Are they taking up like significant amounts of space? I never noticed. I never noticed that. Even your 1 is there for just for emergencies. The emergency is just Tasha. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just the whole thing with Mentor from previous stream comes back to haunt. Wait, what specifically? I do recall we had a conversation about what a mentor is and all that. I said, no, it could be... No, that... Right. And yesterday on the Discord server, we also had a bit of a conversation about... If someone asks how to play a job, one way you could respond is to just be like, just press the buttons. But if someone asks for that, then they probably usually want more than that. Like the example we had was, how do you play Red Mage? What you do is you build gauge, and then you do your melee combo as needed. And I'm there like... but in that case, I guess I should be using this and this, because they generate the most. And also it has a little bit of that, you know, like that gif that is like, of course! Ryan says, do you have any tips for Scholar, especially in dungeons? I feel weak and like I need to dump everything in bigger pools just to barely keep the tank alive. This is level 70 to 80 level range. A key thing that is worth keeping in mind for that level range is that Shadowbringers dungeons have a bit of a spike in difficulty, especially for the AoE pools in some regards. Which means that it isn't uncommon for people to get, like, for healers to get a little bit overwhelmed there. Because some tanks don't expect it. This is especially common with Holminster Switch. Because it, like, comes right after, like, level 70 stuff. Which is to say, it is a possibility that the reason why you're feeling overwhelmed is because you have bad tanks. Just to start, right? Like, just starting with that, it's possible that that's the reason. Now, with that said, Scholar is complicated. At level 70 to 80, what you can do, one thing you can do is whenever Excogitation is available, use it on the tank. If you have access to Recitation, you can Recitation Excogitation. This essentially means that when the tank drops below half, they like spike up in health again. That can be very helpful for like a safety net. What you can do then is at level 78, and yes, I know this is starting to like cover not very much, is where Scholar and Sage gets a huge power spike, because Sacred Soil becomes, like, it basically becomes the everything button. It heals, it mitigates, it cooks your dinner. Like, it just becomes this, the, like, pull starts, tank reaches destination, put down Sacred Soil. But before that, Sacred Soil is not as useful. Another thing you can do is, as the tank is about to pull, like they're running up towards the pack, you hit Swift Cast and add Eloquium on them. Just shield. If they've already pulled, you still do that, but just be aware that you might grab aggro if the tank is bad at pulling up mobs, and some tanks get really hissy about that. So, you know, just try to do it beforehand, or wait until they have actually pulled stuff, but then you're losing a little bit of damage. That's fine. Remember that options like Whispering Dawn and Fey Blessing, despite being AoE, are also healing the tank. And they can help. They heal enough that it's technically a healing boost, even for one person. Another tip is that if you just like smash Lustrate whenever the tank needs healing, then you're going to really quickly run out. So try your best to like keep an eye on the I know that this is going to be a lot to keep track of all at once, but try to keep track of the Aetherflow cooldown. And like, if you keeping the tank up means that you just go bam bam, now I don't have any Aetherflow left, then try to actually use more GCDs on Eloquium to like space out the Lustrates, so you don't just like use every cooldown you have and then you don't have anything for the rest of the pull. It's okay to use GCD healing as needed. Just, you know, just because you can use GCD healing, just remember that you're not attacking, and that's gonna make the pull take a little longer. And yes, healer damage is significant. But yeah, Excog, really good value. And what you can also do is, as long as Excog lasts, you can slightly more safely like hold back a bit. You don't need to heal the tank up to full. You just need to like keep an eye on them, like maybe give them an Adlo if you feel like they're falling fast. Use Whispering Dawn, but you don't have to like spam heal them as long as Excog lasts. The moment Excog pops, you don't have a safety net anymore. Some tanks are all like might also just be greeting harder than you. And sometimes they will play around the fact that they know that scholars that put Excog on the tank, some scholars will only start to like really kick in and help when Excog disappears. So some tanks will like actively avoid dropping below 50 if they have any capacity to do that, because as long as you have your Excog, they know that you're gonna attack more. But again, I'm basically saying just keep in mind that it might not be you. Like, it could be that you have bad tanks. It could also be that you have some practice to do, but Scholar and Sage have a huge power spike at level 78, because this healing bonus is a... Let me put it like this. Keracholi, which is the Sage equivalent to Sacred Soil, heals 500 potency over its duration once you're level 78. Sacred Soil heals an extra 100 because of a weird shenanigan with how Sacred Soil and placed AoEs work, but basically... Indomitability heals for 400 cure potency to everyone. Sacred Soil, effectively over its duration, heals for 600. It heals just as much as Lustrate in AoE at level 78. So it's a huge power boost. So look forward to it. Chaotically Chloe says, when I started playing Red Mage as a scout, I didn't know about Jolt, so I used the AoE spells as my quick cast. Yeah, and some people don't even know about dual cast, and some people just look at the potency and go, oh, these spells have more, and then they cast those, and they're like, this is a really slow cast, that's weird. How do you feel about Dissipation in pulls? Sometimes you go through a whole dungeon without ever pressing Dissipation. In dungeon contexts, I typically use I think I explained this in my Scholar guide. In dungeons, I think the most effective way to use Dissipation is, to give an example, dungeon starts, tank pulls mobs, you press ether flow and you do your thing, and like the pack is fought, things are going fine, you make sure you've spent all of your ether flow, for a very specific reason. As there's like only like 1 or 2 mobs left, like they're cleaning up, that's when you hit dissipation, like right as the fight is about to end, because that gives you a full refill, a full ammo reload, you're ready to go again. And the tank is not gonna get hit anyway, because the mobs are dead. So the downside of your fairy being gone is irrelevant. And if you were to use Adloquium on the tank during that 30-second window where dissipation is active, it's going to be 20% bigger. So dissipation is amazingly nice to run between pulls. There's a whole different conversation about it in like optimization context, but the long story short is that clicking dissipation during a pull costs you roughly 10 embraces, and due to the way that EOS scales, that's around 1,500 potency for you. And that means that if you do that, like you use dissipation just so you can use lust rate 3 times, then, and you don't cast any other healing, like you don't use Adloquium or anything, that's all you did, that's all you got for it, then you're essentially down 1,500 potency and up 1,800 potency. So you have a net gain of 300 cure potency. Although you got it immediately, that's a plus. But if you're in a level range where you have access to Ether Pact, then each time you use Ether Flow while EOS, or whatever you picked, is not on the field, you're losing out on an extra, like, 100 cure potency, because again, that conversion rate. So if you actually use dissipation and all you do with it is cast lust rate 3 times, then you just keep attacking, you actually are getting net 0 value, aside from the fact that you basically just like asked for a turbo delivery of that 1,800 potency. That's it. So long story short, if you don't feel like you need it, you can just not use it. It has its uses. It's really complicated. But the easiest way to use it in a dungeon is, can you click off the dissipation buff? No, you can't. The best way to use it is right as a pull is ending, because you can't use dissipation if you're not in combat. Right as it's ending, you hit it, so that you get the ether flow, but the majority of the buff is outside of combat. Ilana says, I met one red mage, only one, long time ago, who thought they actually had the choice between being a caster or being a melee. Oh boy. I'm assuming that the context of that conversation is that you saw them just spam melee attacks. Isolux says the best way to use dissipation is to drag it out the hotbar. No. Dissipation has its uses, especially when it comes to optimization. It's just that it's really niche. Dissipation is required for maximum damage output. And yes, that is correct. Dissipation, giving you 3 ether flows, it's essentially a 100 damage potency per minute is what you're getting. Epic, right? Incredible value. but it's a really weird button. Dies to the scholar casting energy drain during a raid wide. My suspicions with Scholar. So, long story short, we don't have enough information about evolved mode jobs to be able to make an accurate prediction of what Scholar's gonna have. My thoughts are White Mage kept its 3-minute cooldown and its 2-minute cooldown. So it's perfectly possible, and very likely, honestly, that Scholar keeps Expedient and Seraphism. It's possible that Dissipation stays as a weaker version and it just doesn't sacrifice your pet. That then later upgrades into Seraphism. It wouldn't surprise me if they get to keep Summon Seraph. But there is also a really weird possibility, a really weird alternative timeline where they rework Scholar such that they don't actually have a pet. They just have actions that, like, summon Eos to do a thing. Like, instead of having, like, Sage has Physis, for instance, and Scholar has a Fairy Order Whispering Dawn, which summons fairies to cast Whispering Dawn. And that's it. Or PvP style, where they just place down pets as, like, totems, in a way, that do a thing while they're there. That could actually be pretty cool. That could actually be pretty awesome. Instead, like, I mean, it might not be very interesting, but, like, for an example, they could, instead of Sacred Soil, have a summon where they, like, put down a fairy that then heals people and mitigates. But yeah, long story short is that we don't have enough information about healers to have a reliable... Oh, thank you. A reliable prediction about what a barrier healer's gonna look like. What a healer's gonna look like. The same applies for off-tanks and tanks. Like, one tank and one healer is not enough information to be able to make an accurate prediction, because we don't have enough information to be able to distinguish Paladin stuff, White Mage stuff, from Evolved Mode tank, Evolved Mode main tank, Evolved Mode pure healer, Evolved Mode healer stuff. Travis says, I'm sure 1,000 folks have already said Sage is Evolved Mode Scholar 0.9, and I can't argue with that much. I mean, Sage is Reborn Mode Scholar with a coat of paint. Like, if you ever meet someone who's like, no, Sage and Scholar are totally different jobs. Like, they might work different, that's totally fair. But if they disagree about the similarities between them, what you need to do is you have to, like, show them the job learn list. Like, just show them a list of job, like, actions they learn, and show them how many times that Sage and Scholar basically learn the same thing at the same level. Like, level 58, Scholar learns emergency tactics. What do you think Sage learns at level 58? That's right, it's Pepsis. What does Scholar learn at level 52? That's Indomitability. What do they learn at 45? It's Lustrate. What does Scholar learn at level 80 is actually Summon Seraph, which is actually vaguely similar to Panheimer. That one is like a less clear one, but it's actually pretty close. They learn the same trait at level 78. Like, there's a lot of similarities, but because of the specific differences they have, they play very differently. And that's important. When this is playing during AI, I miss there being different fairies. Me having played in Stormblood, I think that it was interesting that you had options. But I also recognize that the options didn't really matter. Like in the grand scheme of things, you would pick the same one. Like, Summoner had 3 options, but I mean, the only time where it really mattered was that it was like, Ifrit was, initially was like the autopilot damage, and Garuda was the complicated damage. And Titan was the one you used when you wanted to cheese things. Which is funny because he's yellow like cheese. And Scholars had the choice between a healer pet, like more focused on healing, and a toolbox pet. Like, for anyone who missed that time, which probably more did than didn't. Hey Slosh, hope you're doing well, and thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you so much. Garuda complicated how? Originally, the way that Garuda worked is that it had a couple attacks, but it had, like, each pet had a bonus button that could do a thing. Garuda had Contagion. Its original effect was it increased the duration of your dots by 10 seconds. Hey Antigon, hope you're doing well as well. Then later, they changed Contagion to instead increase the damage taken, the magic damage taken of enemies by a few percent. Meanwhile, Ifrit had Radiant Shield, which increased physical damage taken when hit. And I believe Radiant Shield, or whatever it was called, had a higher uptime, so it was easier to just let it auto-cast. Whereas Contagion required a lot of like more micromanaging. But yeah, Scholar originally, Eos had Whispering Dawn and 2 buttons that basically make up the 2 effects of Fey Illumination. So one increased healing potency and the other like increased magic defense. I can't remember if it had an additional button beyond that. Meanwhile, Selene also had Embrace. Like, they both had Embrace. But Selene instead had a party-wide Isuna. And an Interrupt. Well, technically it was a 1-second silence, but that's how Interrupts worked back then. And then it had an ability it could use on a cooldown, basically 50% uptime, that gave one person 3% haste. Like, essentially 3% of the effect that ley lines or greased lightning does. When did you ever need a party-wide Isuna back then anyways? No, I'm just like, Leah, I'm just going to do this, like, and find one example and go, Odin uses his stupid attack speed slow and you happen to be clumped up a lot. If your Scholar has Selene out, they just go, problem solved. And hey, Etherin, hope you're doing well and thank you so much, I think. Esolok says, but that was post-rework Selene. Even older Selene had a separate skill speed and spell speed buff, if I recall correctly. I've never heard about that. But if you're sure, say Avi, hope you're doing well. I mean, just to be clear, like, in Stormblood, I'm pretty sure Selene had something other than the party-wide Isuna, but I can't remember what it was. And then in Shadowbringers, they merged them. Yeah, exactly. As Stainless says, several, like, there's a lot of places where OGCD is, like, the key thing is that the party-wide Isuna that Selene offered was essentially OGCD. So if, like, even if just one person needed it, having Celine do it saved 1 GCD that you could use on something else. Another example, actually, that I just remembered. Thornmarsh Extreme. 3 players get crowd controlled and you need to Ishuna them really fast to save them. Scholar just clicks delete. Just problem solved. It's like there's a bunch of it places, but the key thing that probably explains why they removed it is that, let me put it like this: if Celine still existed today and had a party-wide Ishuna, you can bet that Sage would have 2 modes that it could switch between, and its second mode would turn Fizzes into party-wide Ishuna. You know it, because it would be too broken for it to be exclusive to Scholar. That's okay, Azalok. And yeah, that makes sense. I haven't heard of this before, but I trust you. It actually does make sense, because in actual A Realm Reborn, something as simple as a plus 3%, or like a 3% haste, quote unquote, actually sounds too simple. Like, in actual A Realm Reborn, Summoner had an effect where sometimes, if I remember correctly, it was when your pet gets a crit from an auto attack, there is a high chance that you get a 40% spell speed increase or something like that. When you're like, whoa, 40%! And I ran the numbers and I was like, it's gonna reduce your GCD by like 0.03. If you have invested in spell speed at all. So them having a separate skill speed and spell speed buff makes sense. Congratulations, Agent Monica. Cat says, we have 2 different healers, Pure and Ishuna. The interesting thing is that in actual, like in A Realm Reborn, as like time passed, like it feels like the original idea was that you had the heavy lifter pure healer white mage who basically had 10 different ways to heal. Like they just healed. And then Scholar was the tool. I've said this before, but the Scholar was the toolbox. They had the barriers, they had mitigation options, they had an AoE Ishuna. Like they were like they had like a big bag of tricks they brought to the table. But if you needed a ton of healing, you do it, White Mage. I can't be bothered. And that kind of made sense. It's actually pretty funny. I remember, I think it was on my... I can't remember if it was my healers, but explained from a tank's point of view, or if it was the mistakes healers make video back from Endwalker. But I explained that a funny contrast between pure healers and barrier healers is that barrier healers are actually more reliant on heal over time effects than pure healers. Because both Scholar and Sage rely heavily on Embrace and Cardia in a dungeon pool. And a major part of their healing will be things like Sacred Soil, Whispering Dawn, Kara, Holy, and Fizzes. Meanwhile, the primary way that pure healers access their heal over time is from their GCD. Yes, Astrologian has Celestial Opposition and White Mage has Asylum, but the main core part of their healing is often, like especially in a dungeon context, is just a big smacker, just heal immediately. And the reason why I remember this so clearly is because I remember a comment being like, actually, pure healers are the ones that focus on regen effects. And the reason why that was really funny was because when I re-explained to them that, no, actually, have you noticed how many heal over time effects barrier healers have and how much they rely on them? They were like, oh, yeah, I actually haven't played a barrier healer before. I just, from what I've heard, it's a pure healer thing to have heal over time effects. It's such a funny callback. It happens so many times that someone will put a comment of extreme confidence saying something wrong, and when you then test them on it, they're like, oh, I actually don't know what I'm talking about. It's so funny. Which is also, of course, part of the impetus for me sometimes being a little quick to be like, really? When someone says something that doesn't sound as convincing as it maybe should be, if they're so sure. Because a lot of the time, they'll say something with complete 100% confidence. But when tested, they will immediately just back off like, no, actually, I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. I was just saying something. Which is kind of funny in its own way. Anyway, we covered a lot of things. We covered a discussion about 14 jank. We covered about what was the first topic we were on? Did we get all the way here just talking about game design? I'm pretty sure we talked about something else when we were in Heritage Found. I believe it was about oh yeah, APM, job APM. And we talked about ultimates, we talked about game jank, and we talked about checkpoints. We talked about history. Wow, we really covered everything, or a lot of things once again. But yeah, speaking of the ultimate, once again, remember there's the ultimate race, the whole charity event on the Frosty Mark channel, and such. I can't remember if he uses a separate channel for that. It's either Mock Talk or Frosty Mark. For the world first race of Kefka Ultimate. And it's a charity thing, so, you know. And oh yeah, there's also the WoW comparisons. We also did that. And yeah, I will also be present in the caster seats for the ultimate stuff. We hope it's going to be awesome, and I hope you all are going to enjoy it very much, those of you that care. But I think we will wrap it up from here tonight. So if you would like to be part of the Discord community server, there's a link right there in the chat. There you'll find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is coming up in the coming days. You're usually updated Sunday and Monday. You'll also find the announcement you're going to be racing too. We haven't cleared Lindworm, so we can't. But I'm gonna be there like a sportscaster. And there will also be you can also find the announcement room with links to videos and streams and put out, or grab the reminder roll in the roller sound room. You get a notification whenever I post a video stream. So next run, you'll get a notification whenever I post a video stream. As well as an extra run around 15 minutes before stream starts. You can catch it right when we go live. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can like over on the YouTube side of things, you can follow, you can subscribe, you can super chat, you can cheer, you can become a member, you can do all of that goodness. If you don't like any of that, there's also the Ko-Fi link out that's posted right there in the chat. It'll all help support me and the channel directly, so I can focus on doing stuff like this with all of you. So thanks so much for support. But that'll be it from me tonight, so let's see if we can rate somebody. Let's see if we can raid somebody. Check in on Bluesin. It looks like they're doing some top. I don't know if they just finished or they're taking a break or something, but let's go in over there. But on that note, thank you all so much for hanging out with me tonight, and good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending where in the world, and I'll see you all very soon. Bye-bye!